The Senate is out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. Without objection, the Senate will proceed today without taking a roll call on each bill. Without objection, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-33, Senator Waters will participate remotely. Good afternoon, Senator Waters. Can you please state your location and identify anyone present in the location from which you are participating?
I'm at my home in Dover, and there's no one in the room with me.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Good afternoon, senators, staff, and guests. If your faith allows, would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, acknowledging your sovereignty over all things, including the affairs of our great state of New Hampshire. We thank you for the gift of this day and the opportunity to serve the people of New Hampshire. Lord, we lift up every senator and staff gathered in this chamber. We recognize the weight of responsibility they carry and the sacrifices they make to lead with integrity and purpose. May they be reminded today that public service is not just a position, but a sacred calling, one that you have ordained for such a time as this. We thank you, Lord, for the unseen work, the long hours, and the commitment each person here brings to the service of others. Bless them, their families, and their communities. May your peace and strength be with them as they carry out their duties entrusted to them today. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Senator Carson will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to call Senator Prentice forward so that we might light the candle in honoring Senator David Hammond Bradley. Please join me in a moment of silence for a fallen colleague. Okay. We do not have any absences today. And so we're going to move on to the introductions of guests. Do I have the page information?
Senator Avard.
Okay, I recognize Senator Avard for an introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce our page here. And his name is Julian Gutierrez Cabanzo. Aha, hey. All right, age 16, grade 11 from Nashua. And he goes from Nashua High North. His favorite school subject is social studies. I think Senator Waters would like that. He's the class treasurer for 4 years in a row of RHO Kappa Social Studies Honor Society treasurer and Leo's Club, treasurer of the Business Honors Society, jazz band. I don't know what instrument you play, but I'm excited to hear that. Marching band, school soccer team, JV, captain, club soccer. My gosh. He also works for Chick-fil-A, and it's a pleasure to serve you.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. And he's a lecturer at his school and at his church. And I'm having a hard time reading one other thing here, but his major is, he plans to major in business administration and management, and he wants to go to pre-law in his studies so that he can be an attorney and find a position, and if that doesn't work out for him, he wants to be a U.S. Senator. Welcome.
Next, I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in 2018, I finished my last of 4th terms as a state representative, and I decided to not run for re-election. I wanted to step down and really focus on my family and my business. And I really never thought I'd be sitting in this chamber. And then in 2022, I got a phone call from a friend that I served with in the House, named Michael Yakubovich. Michael said, Keith, I'm not feeling well, I'm very sick, and I'm going to ask you to please put your name on the ballot for me, because he had just won a nomination for the chair that I now occupy. And that was a great compliment to me and an honor to take that spot on the ballot, but it's never left me that in a better, more fair world, it would be Michael here. And I'm honored to say that Mike's in the gallery today, and I ask you to please welcome him to the Senate. Mike, one day I hope you're here. Thank you.
Very nice.
Are there any further introductions of guests? Okay, I have a few guests that are here today. They are a great group of people that we've worked with on House Bill 337 and House Bill 712 that works to protect children. And I would like them to stand, please. Jamie Reed, Lauren Legere, Evelyn Ullman, and Simon Amaya Price. Thank you all our guests for being here this afternoon. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the beginning of the regular calendar: House Bill 10 and House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We are now going to move on to the regular calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 10 FN, an act establishing the Parental Bill of Rights. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 10 FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, House Bill 10 FN enacts a comprehensive parental bill of rights in New Hampshire law. The legislation affirms that parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, and health care of their children. The bill outlines a clear list of parental rights, including the ability to access and review school and medical records, to opt their children out of certain instruction or data collection, and to be notified about significant events involving their child's safety or well-being. It also requires school districts to adopt written policies that reflect these rights and to inform parents annually of their ability to exercise them. The legislation includes provisions for parental consent for non-emergency medical care, addresses how schools should respond to parental inquiries, and provides a path for enforcement in cases where rights may have been violated. This bill ensures that parents are informed partners in their child's development. I respectfully ask for your support for the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 10. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? I recognize Senator Birdsall for introduction of floor amendment 2646.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer Amendment 2646S to HB 10. There were numerous concerns raised during the process about certain pieces of HB 10, specifically the section related to health care, and this amendment deals with these concerns. This amendment is a replace all and is identical to the floor amendment created by leadership on the other side of the wall to address concerns that were raised with the underlying HB 10, and is very similar to Senate Bill 72 as we passed it with some minor changes. This language is a compromise between both bodies, and it is a good piece of legislation that is a win for parents and children in New Hampshire. I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this amendment so we can send this bill back to the other body for concurrence and give parents a big win today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment 2646? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2646. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Perkins Quokka.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the proposed motion about to pass as amended. While our caucus was happy to support this amendment as a big improvement to the underlying piece of legislation, a concern with the language still remains in how the bill would ultimately be passed, which is the standard that dictates what constitutes a compelling state interest. So what we want to make sure is we're protecting our kids by having a broad definition of compelling state interest that will protect adults being able to, protect the information of a child if they think they're at risk of actual harm. And so as opposed to clear and convincing evidence, which is, found in line 28, we would support a standard of preponderance of the evidence, which is the standard used by DCYF in looking into possible situations of harm to children, as well as in our civil court system. They also use a preponderance of the evidence standard. So I hope you'll join me in voting against this motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 10. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep, I know. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present.
Third reading.
Nope.
That is the third reading.
I asked you to be a little indulgent. We've got a lot of paper flying around today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 10 FN, having been ordered to the third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. I'm going to go into recess, give you a few minutes to do. The Senate will be in recess. The Senate will be out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. The Senate will be attentive to a message from the House, read by the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the amendments to the following entitled House Bills sent down from the Senate. House Bill 10FN, establishing the Parental Bill of Rights.
Okay, the Senate will continue to be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1A, an act making an appropriations for the expenses of certain departments for the state for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1A ought to pass and offer amendment 2025-2638S. Nearly 2 months ago, the Senate Finance Committee began its work on the state budget. In early May, we held a public hearing in which we heard from hundreds of granted staters over the course of 10 hours. The most common requests were for 3 areas reduced by the House budget: Medicaid rates, developmental disabilities, community mental health. In response to the overwhelming testimony, the Finance Committee began amending the budget. The first 3 changes we made were restoring the 3% House cut to Medicaid, finding developmental services to ensure, funding, there we go. You know, that's the way it goes. Ensuring there was no wait list and funding the community mental health. These 3 changes account for approximately half of the difference in spending between the House budget and the Senate Finance Committee recommendation. I think that most of our debate today will be on provisions provisions of the next bill from the Senate Finance. I also simply ask that the senators support the work that we have done in House Bill 1A by adopting the committee's amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsall?
Madam President, may I ask, is HB 1A divisible?
Yes, it is.
I object.
Okay. I'm going to call a recess, and we're going to talk about this. The Senate will come out of recess. The question that shall be put is, shall the decision of the chair stand? This is either a yes or no vote. A tie vote will sustain the chair's ruling. Are you ready for the vote? Second. Okay, roll call has been requested and seconded by Senator Altschiller.
Who did the first?
That's okay. Senator Perkins Coker.
Yep.
Are you ready for the roll call? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort. No. Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay, the motion has been defeated by a vote of 8 to 16. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Much, Madam President, and I rise briefly in opposition to the committee amendment. We've had really good bipartisan agreement in committee to undo some of the most harmful cuts made by the other body, and my colleague from District 6 mentioned them. Those were provider rate cuts, a wait list in the Developmental Disabilities Program, which we eliminated in 2007, and restoring community mental health and family planning program that we've had for 50 years. However, this committee amendment and House Bill 1 does not move our state forward overall because it still contains significant cuts from the current biennium to program areas Granite Staters consistently tell us are the highest priorities for them. Cuts to affordable housing, health care, and higher education. There will be much more discussion on the following bill, but I urge my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 1A. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1. Okay. Did Senator Rosenwald want to speak?
No, she called a roll call.
Okay. A roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Quokka and Senator Rosenwald. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
And Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. No, somebody voted against it? Did you vote against? Okay. The ayes have it. By a vote of 15 to 9, House Bill 1A is adopted and ordered to third reading. Oh, okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 2 FNAL, an act relative to state fees, funds, revenues, and expenditures. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 2 ought to pass and offer amendment 2025-2637S. We've had much debate and disagreement as we amended House Bill 2, but for the most part, for our actions, we've reached consensus. I want to highlight the areas of agreement that make up the bulk of this committee amendment. We decided early to keep the room and meals revenue sharing at 30% so that our cities and towns will continue to receive the benefits of the revenue increase. Since we increased their share 4 years ago, the room and meals revenue have doubled and will continue to increase under this budget. The budget funds education. For the first time, we will spend more than $1 billion in education adequacy payments to the local school districts next year. We worked with the state treasurer to preserve the unique college scholarship program, which provides approximately $16 million each year for the New Hampshire students attending New Hampshire colleges. We increased the state funding to the university system to $85 million a year from over the House. I would have liked to provide more, but we had to make tough choices with limited resources. We worked with the Department of Corrections to restore 75 of the 100 positions cut by the House version of the budget and found savings instead. We dedicated an additional $80 million to the YDC settlement fund from the sale of the Sununu Youth Services Center in Manchester. We've restored the Arts Council and created new granite patrons of the arts credit to bring in private sector donations. We also brought back the Commission on the Aging, the Housing Appeals Board, the Office of the Child Advocate, which reforms to help the office run more efficiently. We dedicated $71.5 million for local water and wastewater projects and used $15 million in federal funds for child care workforce programs. The budget lives within our means. More importantly, the lives within the state of New Hampshire, the taxpayers, who are also benefiting from this budget. Please support the taxpayers by adopting the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President.
The amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Birdsell.
Madam Chair, Madam President, is HB2 divisible?
Yes, it is.
I object.
Okay, we'll go back into recess. The Senate is out of recess. The pending motion was the rule of the chair that HB 2 is divisible. The chair has been challenged. The question to the body is, shall the decision of the president stand? If it's a tie vote, it sustains the chair's ruling.
Oh, Senator Rosenwald.
Senator Rosenwald?
Thank you very much. I rise to speak in support of the divisibility of House Bill 2. House Bill 2 is the policy that makes the numbers in House Bill 1 work. And the way we put it together in finance was policy piece by policy piece. In some case, inserting entire bills that were standalone into House Bill 2. The question of divisibility has always hinged on, can a piece stand alone statutorily? So clearly, the sections of House Bill 2 can. So I hope we will vote to sustain the ruling of the chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the challenge to the chair's ruling? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote to overrule the chair. In the budget negotiations and finance, we look at everything as an intermixed puzzle. There are things we approve because we know that we did something else somewhere else. So now to rip the pieces apart, you no longer have a big picture of what this bill looks like, because again, everything was a negotiation. It was, we can do this provision because we have enough money, we're not going to do this provision for another reason. It was a total issue of priorities and policies being intermixed and woven together to come up with the final versions. For this reason, Madam Chair, I'm going to apologize, but I am going to vote to overrule you.
Understand, Senator. Senator Perkins-Coker to speak.
Madam President, I also rise to support the ruling of the chair. You know, this has been a longstanding tradition in the Senate to be able to divide the question, and while my colleague from District 2 is correct, obviously this budget is one piece. At the same time, there are pieces of this budget we've worked together on, there are pieces of this budget that we have not worked together on, and so, you know, in the interest of being able to sort of show that there are some pieces we've been able to work to improve this budget on, you know, we want to be able to divide those out. The question of whether this is divisible should stand, as my colleague from District 13 said, on whether these pieces could stand alone as a piece of legislation, and as she correctly pointed out, in some cases they already have. So I would appreciate support for the ruling of the chair today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald. Is there a second? By Senator Fenton. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. Those have it by a vote of 16 to 8. Oh, 8 to 16. Okay, thank you. Okay, the bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendments? Senator Birdsall is recognized for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer Amendment 2670S to HB2 and speak to this amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. When revising the Office of Child Advocate statute, we made a number of changes to ensure the office would be narrowly focused in protecting children involved with state services. One of the changes we made was to add that the records the OCA could access would be as allowable by existing state or federal law, because we granted to ensure the OCA did not have access to records of children not involved in DCYF services without parental engagement. However, after hearing from numerous advocates, we realized a more tailored approach was necessary to ensure we thread the needle between providing the OCA with records they need to investigate cases and protect children, while also preserving parental rights for those not involved with DCYF. This amendment ensures the OCA will still be able to perform their important function in protecting children involved with state agencies in our state. We believe this amendment strikes an appropriate balance, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2670 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2670. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Gray?
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 2697S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Okay.
Thank you. During the process, any of the departments that came in and asked for the ability to hold funds over and not lapse those funds, I requested that those departments let the funds lapse and we would make an appropriation for those funds into the next budget, which would cut down on the amount of money that we have to take out of the rainy day fund. The way it looks at the end of the year will be much better. I missed one of those when we were trying to put it back in, and that's why on line 3 through line 8, you see an appropriation to education of $460,000. There was one other thing that I was asked for, and that's because fiscal doesn't usually meet in July, so that the ability for people to come in and ask us to be able to use the federal dollars to support the summer program to provide food to the kids would also need to be taken care of in this bill. So these are the two things that are in here, and I would request that you would all support those two items.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any discussion on the amendment? The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2697. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Rochford?
Madam President, I rise to move Amendment 2025-2647S, and if I could speak to the
You may speak.
So first of all, I want to thank the committee that worked on this for their long, hard work. I know it was a long time, and I thank them for their diligent work on this topic. And the topic that I want to talk about is landfill sightings and site evaluation committees. It's not lost on me that the amendment that came out of that committee came out 7-0, and it's not lost on me the fact that this is the first time in at least 6 years we've gotten something to this magnitude to the floor of this body. So I want to thank those that worked on this. I bring this amendment because as I read through the text of HB 2, I felt compelled to address some critical uncertainties surrounding the current language in HB 2. And I want to take some time briefly to discuss the concept of questions and answers. But before discussing the answers we don't know, I want to underscore what we do know. Here's what we know. The town of Bethlehem and Senate District 1 spent years working through the issue of landfill expansion. We also know that this effort included millions of dollars in property tax-funded legal fees, community division and tension, and years of court proceedings. Despite that, it resulted in a good faith settlement agreement, a legal compromise agreed upon by all parties that would have stopped the landfill's expansion in their community. This was not done lightly. It was the product of hard work, negotiation, and commitment from both the town and the company involved. That's what we know. Here's what we don't know. We don't know whether one paragraph in HB 2 could unwind all of that work. We don't know if it could invalidate a legally binding settlement. We don't know if it could overturn the will of the community. We don't know if it could strip standing from already decided cases. We don't know if it would reopen a development the town believed was resolved in good faith. So here are some key questions. If this paragraph remains in HB 2, are we saying that companies can sign agreements with municipalities with their fingers crossed, assuming the legislature may override them later? Are we assuming that local control only matters if it's inconvenient? What kind of precedent does this set? Could this logic apply to real estate contracts, NDAs, or employment agreements? Are we saying the legislature can undo contracts whenever it favors one outcome? That the state can force your community into expanding a landfill even if your town doesn't want it and has an agreement with an operator not to do it. So this amendment matters because these questions haven't been answered. And maybe the answer would come out in the favor of my community. I've been working since Monday to get a legal opinion on this case, but I still haven't got it. And as of today, we still don't have one. So until we can say with confidence that this paragraph won't dismantle a previously decided case, we should not proceed blindly. So in conclusion, if the intent here is to serve a genuine public benefit, then why not bring it to the people of Bethlehem? Let them have a say. That's real local control. That's real transparency. So I'm asking you to support the amendment so we can protect the integrity of past agreements, avoid potentially setting a precedent, and get a clear legal guidance before potentially undoing years of legal, financial, and civic effort. Let's press the pause button until we know exactly what's going on and support this amendment and support the fine people of the town of Bethlehem. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2647 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Ricciardi.
Madam President, I rise in support of this amendment. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the committee for all their work on the Site Evaluation Committee. And in my 5 years here in the Senate, this is the most comprehensive and thoughtful work we've undertaken on this issue. I support the senator from District 1's amendment. This amendment is not a wholesale change to the bill. Instead, it makes a slight but important adjustment to ensure that the work of a broad coalition of stakeholders, particularly in Bethlehem, is not undone. This session, we have spoken at length about the importance of local control. I believe that until we receive deeper legal analysis, we should not take the risk of enacting what could be the largest infringement on local control this body has ever considered. As it stands, this bill could allow the state of New Hampshire to override a community's will and force landfill expansion, even if the town doesn't want it, even if it violates their local zoning, even if there's a contractual agreement in place prohibiting expansion. These are very serious concerns. We owe it to our communities to fully understand the legal implications before moving forward. And until we can answer these questions clearly and confidently, I ask that this body support the adoption of this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2647 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Pearl, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the amendment that my colleague from District 1 brought. I won't be able to support it. Public benefit is decided at the state level. That is the duty of the state to do that. And this amendment is very thoughtful language that we spent a significant amount of time on and doing a lot of work with the legal counsel from many various stakeholders, including the governor's office, and there's been a lot of review of this policy. I'm going to ask you all to support it. I think this is a big step forward for us in getting a solid waste site evaluation committee. You know, as we all know, the solid waste topic has been one that has had a lot of discussion within the legislative body over the many years, and I think this is a really good step forward for us, and the formation of this, excuse me, this site evaluation committee will be a good step in addressing the concerns that the public has brought forward to us over the many years of the different bills that we have seen filed. So I will ask you all to reject the amendment and support the committee amendment as presented in House Bill 2. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2647 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question. Who called roll call? Senator McHugh has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Okay. Okay, Senator Rochford seconds. Okay, the Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come out of recess. Just to get everybody caught up, we were on floor amendment 2647. A roll call has been requested by Senator McHugh, seconded by Senator Rochford. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochford.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No. The amendment fails, 9-15. Okay, the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Senator McHugh is recognized to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2705 and like to speak to that.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. This floor amendment simply removes some language that was passed earlier in the day in Senate Bill 117. The Health and Human Services Committee, after thorough deliberation, developed some better and more technically accurate language on the subject of biological and biosimilar drugs. So this language more clearly and correctly references the applicable sections of the United States Code and avoids redundancy and conflicts, so we can remove the outdated and duplicative positions from House Bill 2 and keep our legislative work a little more clean and consistent and in alignment with the best versions of the policy language. So I ask the support of the body for this floor amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Floor amendment 2705 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment, further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize, but this is Rosenwald. I recognize Senator Rosenwald for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2660S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you very much. This floor amendment before you will prevent 19,000 low-income New Hampshire families, adults, and children from being subject to what is essentially an income tax to pay for health insurance. It's a clear choice here that we're facing. Impose this new income tax on our poorest residents, which will lead, I believe, to increased illness and death, and use the money to pay welfare for the wealthy, or keep the school voucher program at the 350% of poverty level where it is and protect our most vulnerable families. So I'd like to just think through the disastrous consequences from this income tax. We know the importance of health insurance in terms of access to primary preventive care, but we also have very new data spelling it out from right here in New Hampshire, and props to Dartmouth. A new study by a health economics professor from Dartmouth, Professor Wise, looked at the health and tax records, de-identified, so don't worry, the health and tax records of 37 million Americans, and found that adults enrolled in Medicaid expansion had a 79% greater likelihood of survival from one year to the next. That's huge. I can't think of another intervention that's so effective. So disenrolling people because they can't pay this tax for health insurance literally increases their chance of death, just all to pay cash subsidies for very wealthy families. The proponents of this income tax told us in committee that the premiums would be based on health care utilization. But that isn't true from the very wording of the provision in House Bill 2. And also, these premiums, this tax, is much higher than what other states assess. Massachusetts, for example, caps theirs at $28 per child. Connecticut, $30. Maine doesn't even do this. Compare this to the proposal to charge $190 a month for a single mother with one child, $270 a month for a single mother with 3 children. So this will do nothing but raise costs for families that are struggling the most to make ends meet. We also know, although the department could not explain how it would work, that some individuals and families will disenroll from Medicaid. And what will the impact of that be? Well, several impacts, actually. First, Medicaid is the single best coverage source for addiction treatment. Without coverage, people will lose access to substance abuse treatment, and overdose deaths, which have been declining in New Hampshire, will go back up. Secondly, mental illness severity will also increase as people lose coverage, and we'll be back to significant ER boarding. We will violate the federal court order on involuntary emergency admissions that got us pretty successfully to Mission Zero. In addition, some parents whose children are on Medicaid while they buy insurance on the health benefit exchange will drop their own coverage because they can't afford to pay for both sets of premiums. And those of us who are parents know the sacrifices we make every day for our children and would make if we were forced to. Finally, people will still get sick, but now they'll be unable to see a doctor earlier, meaning more ER visits, less med revenue, more uncompensated care. And this means higher health insurance costs and less health care access for all Granite Staters. And on top of this, income tax on our poorest residents, the budget proposes copays for the exact same group of people. Remember, please, that 25% of Granite Staters, all of us, on Medicaid and not on Medicaid, are already skipping doses of our medications, cutting doses in half, or not filling prescriptions at all. But we're going to ask people who are already struggling the most financially to pay more for medicines. Finally, this income tax for health insurance and higher drug copays will be difficult to administer. The Department of Health and Human Services has said, they told us in committee, they would have to hire a contractor to collect and administer the premiums, but they did not state a cost to do so. So here we are again, driving up costs for taxpayers and delivering lower quality care. And it's clear that we'd be making a choice here to impose this new income tax on poorest residents, which will lead to increased illness and death, while at the same time giving private school tuition to the wealthiest families in the state. For me, that is just the wrong choice, but it is exactly the choice you'll be making if you don't vote for this floor amendment. So I hope we will instead adopt it. Thank you, Madam President, and I would like to ask for a roll call.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Is there a second on the roll call? Senator Fenton seconds. Senator Birdsall to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I will say this is not an income tax, this is not an income tax, this is not an income tax. So nearly all the Democratic amendments we're going to hear today try to repeal the universal EFA provisions that are included in this bill. Already approved by the House, already approved by the Senate. This is pointless. Again, this is not an income tax. In finance, I work with DHHS to set reasonable copay and premiums like everyone else pays. This is not Medicaid, this is Medicaid expansion. Cost sharing is a prudent part of programs designed to transition families from traditional Medicaid to private insurance. My amendment caps granted Advantage premiums at $100 per month for a family. That's it, of 4 or more, and does not tie payments to income. Again, it is not an income tax. This amendment undoes cost sharing completely, and you talk about expenses, this is a cost spending $19 million, and we don't know where it's going to come from. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We are currently discussing Floor Amendment 2660, and I recognize Senator Fenton to question.
Question of my colleague from District 13. Thank you. Forgive me for asking this question, but what is an income tax?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I mean, if you do a basic Google search, an income tax is a payment received, imposed on individuals, computed on the basis of their income that they receive. In other words, it's a payment to the government based on income. And that's exactly what we have here. Individuals on Medicaid expansion above 100% of the federal poverty line are imposed this tax, and families with children above 255% of poverty are also imposed what could be up to $270 a month based on their income. So for me, it's clearly an income tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Birdsall to speak for a second time.
I will be short. Again, it is not an income tax. It's based on the family size. And the cap is $100 for a family of 4, and it also allows for a waiver. If you don't think you can afford it, they allow a waiver so you don't have to pay that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Gray to speak.
Thank you, Madam President, but the good senator from District 13 brought up definition of an income tax. I'm wondering, in that definition, if I don't give an EFA to a family because of their income, is that also an income tax? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Gray. Okay, Senator Altshuler with a question for?
The senator from District 13. Thank you. Senator, could you tell me if this program would require annual income verification versus the EFA that requires no income verification annually?
Thank you for the question. Right now, it probably would require an annual income verification, but there could be changes in Congress that could make that income verification more frequent.
May I follow up, Madam?
Yes, you may follow up.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, is there any inclusion in your amendment for income verification for EFA families?
Thank you for the question. There is no provision in current statute or what is proposed for annual income verification of
Thank you.
EFAs.
We are currently debating Floor Amendment 2660S. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Fenton. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
I didn't hear him. Senator Waters.
Oh, excuse me, yes, I'm a yes, sorry.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The amendment has failed by a vote of 8 to 16. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Before we get started, I'm going to ask all of you to speak into the microphone. You need to speak up because we've got these chillers running in the room and it's hard to hear you. So please speak into the microphone and speak clearly, especially so Gardner can capture your vote. Thank you.
The next one is Senator Prentice.
Okay. Floor Amendment 2679 has been proposed. Senator Prentice, you're recognized to introduce the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, introducing 2025-2679, and this would be relative to removing the Medicaid work requirement from House Bill 2. And if I can speak to that when you're ready.
Yes, please, you can speak to your proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues. This year, I believe this is the third time that I have spoken about the potential impact of a Medicaid work requirement, and I speak about it, and I would speak about it 4, 5, and 6 times if you would let me, because I believe that this is a policy that could cause more harm than help. And the help that we have given here in the Granite State since adopting the Granite Advantage and doing the work that we've done on Medicaid expansion could potentially be undone here. We are providing access to health care. We are providing a bridge, and I want to talk about that bridge for members of our community to become healthy and use that bridge once they are healthy into entering into the workforce and going on to a health benefit provided by their employer and therefore coming off of Medicaid. Here's what we know about the Medicaid work requirement is that people who can work or on Medicaid, they are working, okay? These people came in and they have told us, not just last year, but they have talked to us again this year, specific to the work requirement. So there is Michelle from Henniker. I always bring her up. And then I also talk about a company in the North Country called NextGen. And I think it's important to cite both of those because people, from Michelle in particular from Henniker, came and spoke to us and said, She was a person that was so sick at a certain point that she couldn't work. She lost her job, that she got Medicaid, and then when she got Medicaid, she didn't have to make a choice between paying her rent or getting treatment and going to work. She focused on getting healthy, and once she got healthy, she went back to work full time, and she went on her employer's health plan and came off of Medicaid. If there was a work requirement for her, could she have gotten herself healthy? Based on the 2 different times that I heard her testify, I don't think that she could have. So what are we actually doing here? We have folks that work up at NextGen in Littleton. The owner of the company came and he talked to us about the importance of being able to get his employees healthy and then bring them in and then support them on this plan. This Medicaid, having Medicaid available and not having this work requirement, if we have the work requirement, it basically decimates the safety net that we have provided for these members of the community. So let's talk about, the state of Georgia is the only one that's active with a work requirement right now, but let's talk about Arkansas, who had a work requirement and no longer has that in place. They saw 18,000 people come off the rolls. And this wasn't because they didn't want to work. There were large barriers that were put in place in terms of paperwork, procedural matters, and also access. A very simple thing that we take for granted is access to the internet. It is still not available, available in every community in this country. And until we get that, it's an issue of equality. We're going to come up against people who are unable to meet certain requirements, and the work requirement is one of them. So what I'm asking everybody to do here is, once again, think about the value for our communities, for the bridge for our workforce, for the fact that we have seen states that have been unable to maintain this because of at least 2 of the barriers that I have presented to you all today. I'm asking you to vote this out of the budget to keep the safety net in place, not decimate that safety net. And thank you, Madam President. I'm done.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2679 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay, Senator Pearl wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. We have debated this more than one time on the floor here already, so I will be brief. Medicaid and other welfare programs should serve as a lifeline for our non-aged, non-disabled adults, not the end of the line. Work requirements for Medicaid help low-income families by providing a path out of poverty and improving their living standards. Right now, New Hampshire work requirements are paired with programs like food stamps and the temporary aid for needy families. Medicaid should be treated the same way. HB 2 mirrors Senate Bill 134, which the Senate passed in March, so I will urge all of my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2679 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Very much, Madam President. First of all, I would have to disagree with my colleague from District 17. Medicaid is not welfare, it's health insurance, and there's a difference. But I think more importantly, we've seen how this doesn't work. There's plenty of data that work requirements for Medicaid don't actually increase the number of people working. What they do is lead to people being disenrolled from health insurance. So in Georgia, for example, which my colleague from District 5 alluded to, they instituted pretty recently a work requirement, and only 2% of the eligible population has enrolled. So that's leaving a whole lot of Georgians, peach staters, maybe they're called, uninsured. But we've also seen this failed experiment right here in New Hampshire when we tried to implement a work requirement not even 10 years ago. We spent $4.4 million trying to contact enrollees in Medicaid expansion. We had a contact rate of 1%. We sent employees from HHS and the Department of Employment Security out into places like Nashua to knock on doors to find enrollees, and they couldn't, because guess what? They were working already. So this is, it's just not a prudent use of taxpayer funds. It's not going to work. This provision doesn't line up with what Congress is considering. It's not clear how the department could even administer what we have in our statute. So I hope we will vote for the floor amendment, and I would like to ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fenton has already asked for a roll call.
sorry
Would you like
about
to
that.
second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are still discussing floor amendment 2679S. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2679S. A roll call has been requested and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward. No. Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The amendment fails, 8 to 16. Okay. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Could you get Senator Abbas to come up? Yeah. Hold on. I have to go to the bathroom.
You're okay. I just want one back, so this is the next.
Okay. Yep, that's,
2664.
we start, we're on 2664, and it's Senator Perkins Quokka. Okay.
And at this time, we will now introduce floor amendment 2664S has been proposed. This time, the Senator Perkins Quokka is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2664, and if I may speak to my motion.
You may speak.
Thank you. Over and over, Granite Staters have expressed that the cost and availability of housing is their #1 issue. We saw it leading up to the election, and we have seen it in poll after poll since. In fact, a recent poll just came out in May of 2025 showing housing to be the top issue for 36% of respondents. The next highest issue was 10%, taxes. At every turn in this budget process, our caucus has tried to honor Granite Staters' needs. We proposed amendments to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which uses highly leveraged dollars to create more affordable housing in our state. We asked for Housing Champions funding, a new and oversubscribed program that uses an incentive model. Municipalities adopt housing-friendly policies in exchange for infrastructure funding. More housing and lower property taxes, a win-win for all. With each proposal, we have heard the same refrain. We would love to, but we don't have the money. Yet the same voices voted to spend at least $30 million more on school vouchers for the ultra-wealthy in our state. My amendment changes that. It keeps us at our current income limit on private school vouchers, freeing up that money for housing. It's a simple choice, really. Lower the cost of housing and ensure all Granite Staters have a place they want to call home, or fund welfare for the wealthy. A vote for this amendment is a vote for all Granite Staters. A vote against it is for the wealthy few. Your vote will speak loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. President, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Is there a second? Roll call has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? And this time the chair recognizes Senator Reardon to speak on floor amendment 2664S.
Thank you. I rise in support of amendment number 2664. We've repeatedly discussed the housing crisis needs more than just one tool. How can we expect to address the rising costs of production of housing and rising property taxes that come with it if we're not providing supporting funds? Much of the legislation that we have passed here to make some movement on the housing crisis, much of which I voted for, is not making it out of the House. This is the #1 issue in the state. Allocating no housing money is simply not good enough. I urge my colleagues to continue now, when it's needed more than ever, supporting both the Housing Champions designation and the Affordable Housing Fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? At this time, Senator Innes is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we're sort of attacking education freedom accounts along with promoting housing. I certainly support the latter. I do not support attacking the education freedom accounts. And I'll be brief on this point. If you take a look at the experience of the state of Ohio, article in the Wall Street Journal about this, who benefits the most from the voucher programs, at least in the state of Ohio? Boys, who are falling behind in education repeatedly. We're seeing fewer of them enrolling in universities than women. They need a lift. Black children are advantaged by the voucher programs. And finally, children in long-term poverty. Aren't these the very constituencies that we're here to help? How is it that we can turn our backs on them and say, you don't really matter. We don't want you to have choice in education. We don't want you to have an opportunity to pursue your dreams and be the best you can possibly be. I reject that argument. Secondly, on the housing side, we have done enormous work in this body and across the hall in addressing the housing situation. We put a lot of money into it in the last biennium. We all knew going into this one, this would be a tougher lift. And sure enough, it is. But we've done an awful lot of good work here. The Housing Subcommittee has done terrific work under the leadership of Senator Murphy, and thank you, Senator Reardon, for your assist on that as well. I think one of the roles of government at this point is to facilitate housing, and we've done that. We had the CPACER program that we passed through this body. We can work toward expediting approvals for construction. We can work to have less restrictive zoning so we can get things into a place where they work for the people of this state. When government builds houses, it looks like the Soviet Union. Probably should not do that, but rather facilitate the construction of housing, help our communities to grow, and encourage them to be reasonable in what they do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. At this time, I recognize Senator Altshuler for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for my colleague from District 21, if she'll take it.
I will.
Thank you. Senator, would you believe that the studies on Ohio's voucher program, Indiana and Louisiana too, demonstrated that students who used vouchers experienced worse academic outcomes than their peers? And in fact, voucher programs caused more in learning loss than Hurricane Katrina, with dramatic decreases in math scores.
Thank you, Senator. I would, which does seem to undermine the point for the good senator from District 7. And in fact, I would love to see actual data, because I think the data has been clear. The outcomes here are worse from this program.
Thank you.
Senator Innes, you are recognized to ask a question.
A question for the senator from District 24, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Do my
Might it
best.
seem reasonable that one of the reasons those scores might be a little lower is that the very children who need a different learning environment have been struggling and continue to struggle a little bit until they get going? I think, again, the long-term results suggest that these children have more success. So is it possible that, these are children who need a little more time, a little more work, and that the results that you're describing are sort of contaminated?
So the results that I was talking about with our colleague from District 21 are actually documented data. So I don't want to speculate on what you might be proposing as a maybe if, but what we do know is that children who use the voucher program in Ohio and Louisiana, they do worse. They do worse. We have that data. We were looking for other data to support your claim.
Okay. Follow up? They do worse. Do they do worse after they move to the private school, or is their performance maybe the same?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? What is your...
Yes, Senator.
I don't
Yes.
understand what you're driving.
I think you're suggesting that the student's performance actually declines when they leave the public school and go to the private school. Is that your contention?
My contention is that the students who take the voucher program, their demonstrated test scores, as documented in Ohio, are lower.
I understand.
I think we've exhausted this. You can keep asking.
Thank
Same
you, Senator.
question. The
Thank
Ohio
you,
kids do
Senator.
worse.
Thank you.
Let's do our best to not
Thank you,
talk
Mr.
over each
President.
other. One at a time, please. Thank you. At this time, Senator Lang is recognized to ask a question.
So, skipping past the EFA argument, which I think has been worn out, isn't it true in this budget that we worked on in the Finance Committee, we created infrastructure program, we have clean water grants, we have wastewater grants, we have state aid grants, tens of millions of dollars put to infrastructure to support the building of housing. In addition, we also saw things like expedited DES permits for alteration of terrain, for housing, and expedited curb cuts through DOT for housing. Isn't this all work done in the budget to support housing and growth of housing here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, Senator, you are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Senator Perkins-Coker, you're recognized for a question.
I'd like to cede my question.
I'd like to ask a question of my colleague from District 21.
Ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. The senator from District 7 mentioned that impoverished children were faring better under vouchers, and I was wondering, were impoverished children mentioned in the study from Ohio, and does this amendment do anything to affect the likelihood that they would get a voucher under ERA? It's just not expanding it to the wealthy, correct?
That's correct, Senator. This amendment would simply maintain the level that's proposed in the governor's program, which would allow anyone in the existing program to stay in.
Thank you.
Senator Gannon, you are recognized to ask a question.
Question of my friend from 7. Thank you, Senator. 10 years ago, I got curious in this stuff, and I went with Jeb Bush to his Excel in Education seminars. And as I've been attending them, year in and year out, we look at all 50 states, and I have found over and over again, impoverished children, minorities, economically disadvantaged, have outscored in almost every state once they have voucher accounts. Would you believe I've encountered that?
I certainly believe that, Senator. And you know, folks in this room may not know it, but I was one of those impoverished children. And there was a private school a mile up the road from my high school that I desperately wanted to attend. It wasn't possible. And I sometimes wonder, would my life be different had I had that opportunity? I think maybe so.
Thank you,
and
Senator.
Education is about increasing opportunity for everyone. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perkins-Coker, you are recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for my colleague from District 15, if I could. Senator, would you believe that we had $90 million on the table from this body to support housing production, the #1 issue in our state this year?
Yes.
Follow up, if I may.
Follow-up?
Would you believe that we've seen in the past 2 weeks multiple articles clamoring from some of our housing community, emphasizing the point that in their expert opinion and experience in actually solving the housing crisis in this state, that it is not enough to simply try to exercise zoning control from the state level, but that dollars are also needed due to the rising construction costs, due to the low availability of land, due to tariffs, which are raising lumber costs, due to a workforce shortage that our budget undercuts. Would you believe that?
I would believe that, and that coupled with the questionable likelihood of success of all of the other tools that we have sought to implement to increase the housing supply, make that even more critical.
Thank you. And one last follow-up, if I may.
Last one.
Thank you. And our colleague from District 2 mentioned a few programs that provide infrastructure dollars in the budgets. Do any of those other programs tie the award of infrastructure dollars to cities and towns taking housing-friendly actions to solve the housing crisis?
They do not.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding EFAs, I would argue that nobody in this chamber has more experience with education freedom accounts or the families that use them than I do. I don't know what happens in Ohio. I would have to dig into that data to find out exactly what happens there. But here, I know families who have, their children have literally been saved by education freedom accounts because they were so horribly bullied and in such a dark place in the schools that they were in that without that we would have had casualties. I have sat with families who found the right fit for their child, who then had to live every year wondering if with the children's savings accounts if they would qualify the next year for that. They didn't have education security for children that they found the right spot for, where they were thriving in their education. And every year, and I was one of those families waiting for the letter to see if we could make it one more year in a place that was suiting them, where I was watching my children grow and thrive and become incredible young people who are going to serve their community as well. I also need to address the fact that there seems to be a misunderstanding about what universal education freedom accounts do. There is not some gap in between those who are underserved and those who are extremely wealthy, who I do not anticipate actually using this program very much. There is the middle-class families who are rarely mentioned in anything, even in this huge budget that we have. The middle-class families that pay all of the bills for this state and for our municipalities, who get nothing back. They do all the paying. And this is something that actually allows them to use their tax dollars for their own families to make choices in education, which is, as my colleagues often remind us, is our constitutional obligation. Thank you, Mr. President.
To speak a second time, Senator Perkins-Coker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, what the working families in our state are asking for, the ones who get up every day, the ones who put breakfast on the table, the ones who take their kids to school and work, what they are asking us for is housing. It is not a handout, it is housing. Can we please help them? Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2664S. A roll call has been requested.
Senator Rochefort. No. Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice. Yes. Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Nope.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Abbas.
No. By a vote of 8 to 16, the floor amendment 2664S fails.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Floor Amendment 2683S has been proposed by Senator Reardon. Senator Reardon, you may introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 2683S, and I'll speak to my motion. I bring this amendment forward on behalf of our small businesses who have been hit hard by the tariffs and unpredictable rollout that has followed it. When we introduced a version of this bill earlier this session, we heard overwhelming testimony from our small businesses. C&J Bus Lines, which employs hundreds of Granite Staters and impacts $125 million in business, stands to lose over $160,000 per motor coach order that they have on order, and that's 7 of them, and there is no domestic alternative to that. Ahead, Housing in Littleton, wrote that additional costs will lead to housing projects being dropped before breaking ground. Bensonwood, in the western part of the state, testified to similar effects, warning that this will raise the price of already exorbitant price of housing. Bolden construction that sees tariffs having a ripple effect, higher costs of materials means less home repairs or maintenance. Less of these projects means lost work and wages for trade workers. Tuckerman Brewing Company, due to tariffs on aluminum, will have to raise the cost of a 4-pack. And they were worried that the threatened decrease of Canadian tourism up north would happen, and they were right. We've already seen a decline in tourism on the seacoast and in the North Country, hammering our small businesses and deflating our meals and rooms revenue, raising already high property taxes. The fact is, we know the effects of tariffs have been bad for our small businesses, for our working families, and for taxpayers. But we just don't know how bad because we don't have the data. This amendment would give us the information and give our state the tools to protect our small businesses and working family. Let's do the right thing. Use the money my colleagues are proposing to send to the EFA for the ultra-wealthy and put it towards small businesses and our hard-working Granite Staters. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. Floor Amendment 2683 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be exceptionally brief. You already know where I stand on EFA, so we won't address that. But this bill really is about political messaging to Washington, D.C., not to Concord, New Hampshire. And, this has already been tabled by the Senate previously. The New Hampshire Canadian Trade Council is already equipped to hear the concerns of New Hampshire businesses, so I'd ask my colleagues to please vote no on this particular measure. And I would add one more thing. As we watch the tariffs and the situation developing in Washington, we're finding agreements are coming forward, countries are coming to the table, setting tariffs. I think that this is an amendment that's not needed at this time, and once again, I encourage my colleagues to please vote no. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2683S has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Reardon. Is there a second? Okay, Senator Altschiller has second. The clerk? Okay, you have a parliamentary inquiry. I need a second on this, though. Okay, because Senator Rosenwald, Senator Fenton will second the roll call. You have a parliamentary inquiry,
Yes.
Senator? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. If I know that this amendment will help our state's small businesses and protect Granite Staters from increased cost of living due to the chaos that the tariffs have caused, which is estimated to be about $1,500 a month. Would I now vote yes on the amendment?
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2683S, and a roll call has been requested. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Yes. I didn't hear you. Senator Rosenwald. Yes. Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
Nope.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The amendment has failed by a vote of 8 to 16. Oops, I need that. There was the language that you took with it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Fenton to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2662S, and if I may speak to my motion.
Yes, you may.
There's no denying the need for childcare in our state. It's an issue that impacts our working families and our small businesses. I know that when I am trying to hire a new employee or recruit a new employee, the second thing they ask me besides housing is, what is the childcare situation like here in New Hampshire? And it comes to a point where I have my human resource manager try and locate childcare positions at local childcare agencies. The $10 million proposed spend is cheap in this compared to what the current shortage costs us. The Fiscal Policy Institute estimated that due to the lack of childcare, our businesses lost up to $55 million in lower productivity. And working families lost $178 million in lost wages. That's $55 million and $178 million. We have a lot of numbers today. And we're asking for $10 million with a way to pay for it as well. The current budget uses TANF funds, but there's some strong uncertainty whether we can use these funds for childcare. Our own DHHS has repeatedly said and testified that they do not believe we can or that the funds will ever be there. For such an important issue, one that is draining our economy and the hundreds of millions of dollars, a potential solution is not good enough. It demands certainty for our small business owners who pour everything into their companies and for working families who need this support to survive. We would have more than enough money, Madam President, if we reduce vouchers back to their current levels. It sets up this body for a simple choice: support our hardworking families and small businesses, or pad the wallets of the ultra-wealthy. I know where I stand, and I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I ask for a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor amendment 2662S has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. EFAs again. EFAs save money. Cost $21,000, almost $22,000 every year to educate students on average in the state of New Hampshire. State pays about $5,000. So for every student that accepts an EFA, local government doesn't have to pay $17,000. I spoke at length at this in the Finance Committee. Talked about my family. Talked about the sacrifices my family did to send my children through a Catholic school. But what do we hear? We hear about these rich families. These families that can afford to do this, can do that, to do this other thing. But we don't want to give them the $5,000 we'll give to every other student by sending them to school. We want them, the families who believe that that education that they're getting that they can get a superior education somewhere else. Now we get on to health care. 4 children my wife and I had. What do we do? My wife was at home. I worked 1 job, I worked 2 jobs. I took another job that had copious overtime. And that's what we chose to do. Is that right for everybody? No. Have we done the right thing in the bill? Do we need this amendment? No. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2662 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Rosenwald has a question of?
My colleague from District 10.
Yes, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleague. How much does the state pay for students currently enrolled in private schools whose family is above 350% of the poverty line?
Thank you for the question. $0.
May I follow up?
You may follow up.
Thank you. So how much will the state now pay using taxpayer dollars when those same students take a voucher?
Thank you for the follow-up. About $5,200.
One last, if
One last follow-up.
Thank you. So isn't it true that taxpayers now will be paying thousands of dollars more per student? We never had to before, and that the Department of Education has never identified any savings to school districts from these programs?
Thank you for the question. That is correct.
Thank you.
Senator Gray to speak again.
Thank you, Madam President. I find it interesting, all these statistics that are coming out. Cabletron left Rochester, New Hampshire, back during the time I was on the school board. So, what does an engineer do? An engineer plays with dollars and money and all of those things. What happened in Rochester? Hundreds of children left the school district. Hundreds. Did we save money? Well, in some of the grammar schools, no, we didn't save a dime. But in the middle school, we did. In the high school, we did. And some of those grammar schools, we saved money. 3 years ago in Rochester, in the East Rochester School, there was approximately 43 students. First grade. What does the state recommend for class size? 20. I had 43. How many classes did we run? We ran 3. How many students were each of those classes? I think you're smart enough, you can do the math. Well, gee, why didn't we just ask for a waiver? Well, somebody else may move into the district. Why didn't we look at the catchment areas inside the city? Because I also had other schools out there that had capacity that could have taken those 3 students. Believe me, this amendment is not needed. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We are still debating Floor Amendment 2662S. Senator Perkins Coker has a question of?
For the senator from District 10, if I may. Thank you for taking my question. Senator, could you just remind me, what's the #1 issue that people ask when you're trying to hire a new employee into your business?
Thank you for the question. It revolves around childcare, so much so that I have other employees trying to locate open childcare positions in our community, taking valuable time from other aspects of my business.
Follow up, if I may.
You may follow up.
Do any of those families that you're trying to hire into the state ask about education freedom account availability?
Thank you for the question. I've never once had that question asked.
Thank you. And a last follow up, if I may.
Yes, follow up.
If this was really about working families, wouldn't the 350% of poverty level income amount be enough?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
We are still discussing Floor Amendment 2662S. Senator Abbas has a question of?
Thank you. A question to the senator from District 10. Yes. You use the term ultra-wealthy. What exactly do you mean by ultra-wealthy?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it comes down to the federal poverty level.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Sullivan has a question of?
My colleague from District 6. Thank you for taking my question. Are businesses in New Hampshire able to set up child care centers within their own business if they wanted to serve their employees and draw them to them and in a way that would also allow working mothers to spend time with their children during the day?
There are special provisions in the Hampshire laws that allow these small daycares to operate. In fact, during one portion of the time when my family was going to school, my wife was offering daycare to one of her cousin's children.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Abbas to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this floor amendment. I keep hearing everyone say wealthy, now it's ultra-wealthy, and it keeps changing. Well, what I just heard, ultra-wealthy is 350% above the federal poverty line. Family of four, that's about, give or take, $110,000, $111,000 a year. That is, I respectfully disagree that is a fair classification of a family making that type of income. The expansion of EFAs is for all families in the state. That means all children will have this opportunity. I think the public needs to understand that if you're making $110,000, $112,000 a year, and if you're going to purchase a house with a mortgage and you have children, and that is, I don't think that person is going to agree that that's ultra wealthy. This is a program that works for all families in New Hampshire, and it creates that opportunity for everyone. So please, let's vote down this floor amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. Floor Amendment 2662S has been proposed. Senator Birdsall would like to speak.
President. I'm going to be quick because I think we've gone a little off the rails on the EFA issue. And part of this amendment says no money for childcare. I might remind everyone that we put $15 million for DHHS. We've authorized DHHS to fund the child care program for $15 million. So there is money in there for child care. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2662S has been proposed. Senator Rosenwald to speak for a second time.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Madam President. I'm thrilled that we kept the House's provision to use TANF funds for the Child Care Workforce Incentive Fund. But I think we should all remember that the Department of Health and Human Services was very iffy on whether A, we could use those funds for that purpose, and B, whether there would be enough money in TANF to be able to fund that. And finally, I would just like to say that even though we have tried to incentivize child care workers, a traditionally low-paying job, we are still down 13% in child care capacity compared to where we were prior to the pandemic. So child care is hard to find and very, very expensive. Thank you.
Okay, we are still debating Floor Amendment 2662S. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? A roll call has been requested by Senator Fenton. Is there a second? Senator Altschiller. Yeah, I see. Okay, nope. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
Nope.
Senator Bertzel.
Nope.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The noes have it by a vote of 8 to 16, and the floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Fenton is recognized to introduce floor amendment 2671S.
Madam President, I believe my colleague from District 13 is introducing that.
Senator Rosenwald is to introduce amendment 2671S.
Thank you very much. I move floor amendment 2671S, and I'd like to speak to my motion. If I may. Thank you. I want to first recognize the really good work that was done in the ENR committee to honor existing projects and appropriate $2 million over the biennium to the Renewable Energy Fund. I appreciated working with my colleagues and getting to know the landscape of ENR. But again, the fact is we have the money to prevent raiding the fund altogether. And that's by choosing to lower our constituents' utility and property tax bills instead of handouts to wealthier families. The Renewable Energy Fund has already done a lot of great work to lower costs for Granite Staters. Some of it is individual homeowner projects, and those are really important. But there's also a project from the Sunapee School District, which saved $50,000 a year by switching to biomass, or other similar projects saving taxpayers thousands of dollars in places like Jaffrey. So this fund is really critical. We know that New Hampshire has the 8th highest utility bills in the country. And a few years ago, in 2021, actually, in recognition of how high utility bills were, we appropriated $35 million for residential ratepayers to try to lower their utility bills. That did not work. We need to push forward, and that starts by investing in projects that are funded by the Renewable Energy Fund. And again, we have the money to pay for it. We have another simple choice to make. Vote for this amendment to lower the cost of utilities or vote against it to send those savings to wealthy families. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I ask for a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2671 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I recognize Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is one of 9 proposed amendments to repeal universal EFA provisions, which, by the way, are contained in 2 other bills. So these 9 amendments would not actually reduce spending. It also repeals changes to the Renewable Energy Fund with money that does not exist. The House Bill 2 committee amendment allows the Renewable Energy Fund to follow through on existing grants, but would hold off new awards for this biennium. I wish we could afford every request for more money. We can't. I urge my colleagues To vote no. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're just currently discussing Floor Amendment 2671S. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Fenton has a question of?
District 13.
Okay.
Well, you might. It's a broad one. You sit in finance. Is there anything in this budget that immediately or directly lowers utility prices?
Lowers what?
Utility prices. Immediately or directly lowers utility prices.
There is not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still on Floor Amendment 2671S. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? A roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald. Is there a second? Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward. No. Senator Bishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails by a vote of 8 to 16. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Senators, please take your seats. Yeah, I got it right here. We're good. 2638. Yep. Where's Senator, oh, here's Senator Waters. Grant, could you find Senator Rochford and Senator Perkins-Coker and Senator Altschiller? Up, there she is. Okay. We need their, okay. We are waiting for one, well, Senator Murphy. Okay. Remind everyone, we are still debating House Bill 2, and we have a proposed floor amendment, 2648S, and I recognize Senator Rosenwald to introduce the floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2648S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Please speak.
This amendment would appropriate an additional $50 million to the SCYSC settlement fund for the next fiscal year. That's on top of the $20 million that the House Bill 2 committee amendment contains. Last year, as you may recall, the Senate worked very closely with the Attorney General to secure an agreement with claimants' councils to make improvement to the SYSC abuse fund that would bring the majority of cases, of which there are about 1,200 or 1,300, into the fund to settle. The chief component of that settlement, or that agreement, was total funding for settlements at $75 million a year. Settling the majority of cases through the fund is critical, I think, in several ways. First, these cases involve children who were sexually and/or physically abused while in the care of the state going back nearly 50 years. I have heard details of some of these cases that literally make me want to throw up. We're talking about such terrible abuse that we don't want these cases to play out in public through public trials. Secondly, settling cases through the fund where payouts are capped will be less expensive for the state by an order of magnitude. If cases go to a jury trial, the state will have no cap and no ability to pay judgments out over time. And we've already seen one pending jury verdict for $38 million. So the Senate version of House Bill 2 appropriates only $20 million next year, not even close to the $75 million the Attorney General told us was needed. And if that's not enough to make claimants and their lawyers lose trust in the state's commitment, House Bill 2 now also contains a provision to have the fund administrator serve at the pleasure of governor and council. And this really means that the defendant, the state, will choose the negotiator. That will not inspire confidence, especially in combination with the severe underfunding in the first year and basically a hope and a prayer of selling the property before the second year ends. So you may wonder how I'm funding this appropriation. We have two options. One, revenues higher than anticipated, which some members of this body expect, or from the planned deposit to the rainy day fund, a source we have already used to put money in the fund, and a really very appropriate use of that fund. Madam President, I'm pragmatic as a legislator. I don't want the shame of these abuse cases to be a stain on our state and its leaders. And I also don't want to risk the state's financial future, which could add up to $1 billion if we are not able to maintain a viable settlement fund. Please join me in voting for this floor amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Senator Rosenwald has introduced floor amendment 2648S. Senator Birdsall would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. In this budget, we allocated $100 million to the YDC Settlement Fund. This includes funds that's on the expected sales of the Sununu Youth Services Center in Manchester. This amendment would add another $50 million, which would dangerously reduce our rainy day fund below $200 million. The last budget allocated $150 million to the YDC Settlement Fund, but that was not a magic number guaranteed for the next few years. And I might add, as a reminder, they can come to fiscal and request additional money as needed. So this is a reminder, we had very limited resources, and I ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2648 has been introduced. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Perkins-Coca?
With a question of my colleague from District 13?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Senator. Could you break down the proposed $100 million that's given to this fund, just so we have an understanding?
Yes, thank you for the question. There's $20 million of general funds in the first year and a hope for selling of the property in fiscal year 27. We have put a price tag on that of $80 million, but A, we don't know if it really will bring that, and B, we don't know if it's really going to be feasible to sell it in 27, because selling it would be dependent on the new facility in Hampstead being opened, which is supposed to open by the end of fiscal year 27. And so we just really don't, it's not a sure thing. Thank you.
Okay. We're currently discussing floor amendment 2648S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? We do have a request for a roll call by Senator Rosenwald. Is there a second? Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The floor amendment fails by a vote of 8 to 16. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Prentice would like to introduce floor amendment 2672S. And you're recognized to make the introduction.
Thank you, Madam President. As you stated, I am rise to introduce 2025-2672S. Quite simply, this amendment does two things. One, it fully restores the corrections positions in the Department of Corrections, so we're looking at 30 positions that are currently vacant. And two, it would take a bill that was on the table, which is Senate Bill 199, which would put in place the state police recruitment and retention, basically the incentive program for troopers, put that in place. So, first of all, I want to say that I think the Senate Finance Committee did a great job addressing what they heard and putting corrections positions, a majority of them, back in place. I simply am asking that we put them all back in place, because here's what we know, that in the corrections department there are employees, there are corrections officers, as well as administrative and medical staff that need to be kept safe. And also there are inmates, there are prisoners who they are in our custody, and their safety and well-being is also in our hands. So we have these two groups, and as many of you know, my focus has been largely in the years that I've been here on healthcare and on public safety, and I see fully restoring these positions as a way to button that down at the Department of Corrections. So again, great work by Senate Finance, but if we could restore these additional 30 positions, that is one of the two provisions that's in this amendment. The second one I want to briefly talk about is the state trooper incentive program for recruitment and retention. We are still at a 20% vacancy rate for our state troopers. Since I've been here, it's chronically been an issue that we have been understaffed at the state police, and I think that they are doing the best that they can. But for the record, and for the public's, thinking about, the public, what they hear when we're speaking here, the state police are not just for the state highways and the state roads. Yes, they patrol and they work to, do preventative traffic mitigation on those roads, speeding, driving under the influence, keeping those roads safe for all of our motorists. But the state police also provide, in some areas, primary coverage for law enforcement, because the communities are so small that they can't afford their own state police. And secondly, for many of these communities that are struggling themselves to staff their local police departments, they receive backup. So if law enforcement is needed, somebody calls 911 and there is not a local officer on duty, you know who comes? The New Hampshire State Police. Thankfully, But with the vacancy rate that we have and in this chronic inability to incentivize bringing troopers into the force, I think I know it's incumbent upon us to address it, and this is one of the tools that we can use. So I'm asking quite simply with this floor amendment to do two things, to support the work of the Senate Finance Committee and move ourselves to fill those additional 30 positions, and to take the recruitment and retention program, the incentive program for our troopers off the table and put that into the budget so that we can fully protect all of the communities in New Hampshire by maximizing, fully building out our state police force. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I ask you to vote in favor of this floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently discussing floor amendment 2672S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'm deeply disappointed that in committee we can we can come to a bipartisan consensus on this issue about restoring positions in the Department of Corrections. We know that we're in a tough budget. We also know what the House did in striking positions without discussing anything with the commission or the agency itself. And yet, we did a bipartisan effort with the senator from District 4 and the senator from District 13 and I working together to reach out to the former commissioner, to reach out to the current commissioner, and come to an agreement on which positions can be restored. We went all the way to Monday, where we found out there were some mental health positions that needed to be restored, and the Finance Committee did that and restored those positions. It's just really frustrating to have what is a bipartisan 7-0 vote on the amendment to restore these positions, only to have it ripped up on this floor. Just seemed, again, I'm disappointed. I'd ask you to vote down this amendment. The work the committee did in a bipartisan fashion was the right thing to do.
Thank you, Senator. We're still discussing floor amendment 2672S. Senator Prentice to speak for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. As I stated during my comments, I complimented and admire I didn't use the word bipartisan, but the bipartisan work of the Senate Finance Committee. And in no way is this floor amendment looking to rip up any of the work that's been done. It is looking to complement, enhance, and support that by trying to build out as far as we can go. I think the work has been good. I'm just asking for a little more. It's not ripping anything up. It is supporting this strong bipartisan work that I'm very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Long wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. The fact is we are still laying off 25 employees at a time when they are already pulling overtime, double shifts, doing things outside their normal responsibility. This is not a way as a state to act as an employer. It imperils public safety and risks recruitment and retention. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. We are currently discussing floor amendment 2672S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Birdsall has a question of?
The good senator from District 2.
There you go.
Senator, we're hearing a lot about the jobs that have been cut. Is there any of the corrections officers been cut?
Thank you for the question. The answer is not a single correctional officer behind the wall has been cut from this budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on amendment 2672S? Okay. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2672S. Are you ready for the question? Okay. Nope, no roll call. Okay, no roll call. I shouldn't have said anything. Okay, Senator Fenton has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Long. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell. Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The noes have it by a vote of 8 to 6. The floor amendment, 8 to 16, the floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Thank you. I recognize Senator Long to introduce floor amendment 2669S.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2669S. And if I may speak to my motion?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. Over a decade ago, Republicans repealed the state's 7.5% employer contribution for the public employee pension program. It's a small part the state had played for 40 years, and it's something we as a Senate passed. Since 2011, municipalities have had to pick up the cost, which really means you and your neighbors. How has that played out in a local level? It has cost us mightily in property taxes. Derry, $14 million. Nashua, $100 million, with Nashua taxpayers paying thousands per year alone towards the program. In the city of Manchester, since 2017 to date, equates to $8.8 million that 7.5% equates to. As an alderman, I have to answer for what the governor called loose spending. Make no mistake, this is simply the state abandoning its obligation, resulting in new, higher taxes for our residents. My amendment would cut property taxes and prevent these increases by restoring the state's contribution starting in fiscal year 2027. And we have the money to do it. I urge my colleagues to vote against this tax hike. And Madam President, I ask for a roll call.
Thank you very much, Senator Long. Senator Long has introduced floor amendment 2669S. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Altschiller. Your name's not here.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier this year, we saw a fake wake held in the Legislative Office Building lobby, and it was to celebrate the ultra-wealthy no longer paying their fair share for the death of the interest and dividends tax. The real funeral should have been for the death of affordable property taxes. New Hampshire already has the 4th highest property taxes in the country. 4th highest, and in large part because of our failure on the state level to fund our neighborhood schools. More than 70% of our property taxes, in my town more than 80, go towards education. And why? Because we are dead last in the nation for state funding towards education. Restoring the state's contribution to public employee pensions is one of the surefire ways to reduce property taxes. It directly lowers municipalities' bills, which in turn lowers how much property taxpayers have to pay. The state made a promise 30 years ago when we negotiated with municipalities to fund retirement at 30%. And now we are fighting for our municipalities, for property tax relief, and asking for just 7.5. Make a dent. By voting against this amendment, you would be voting to raise property taxes by not lowering your municipality's bills. I urge my colleagues to vote against this tax hike, and Madam President, I support the roll call. Thank you.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make it simple. The good senator from District 20 said we have the money. Chair of Finance, hey, if I could have found enough money to pay for this, I could have restored an awful lot of things. I could have put money into the YDC fund. I could have put money into a lot of other places. As it is, we were lucky to restore the things that we did. We don't have the money. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently discussing Floor Amendment 2669S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Long, seconded by Senator Altschiller. We have to wait for a member who's, okay.
You good?
No, he's not here. Senator McHugh. Okay. We're in a holding pattern. I know. We'll get through. Yeah. I know. Okay, we're about ready to have a roll call on Floor Amendment 2669. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes?
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The noes have it by a vote of 8 to 16, and the floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. I recognize Senator Long to propose Floor Amendment 2714S.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer Floor Amendment 2025-2714S. And if I may speak on the amendment?
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. The House Bill 2 currently has a $10 million cut to the Manchester School District, which, in my opinion, would be unsustainable. So this amendment would add the fiscal capacity disparity aid grant, adding this so that the $5,000 cap, which would not cover close to 2/3 of the student population, wouldn't be addressed. The education, so what I'm looking to do in this is what I've heard in this chamber today. I'm looking to increase the opportunity for the Manchester students that could be covered in this, and I'm also looking to address the middle class who is paying for this, so that they may also be educated through this disparity aid grant. And I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. We're currently discussing Floor Amendment 2714S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Senator Birdsell?
Thank you, Madam President. I do appreciate the work that the good senator from 20 did on this amendment. The House amended the student-centered education funding formula we approved 2 years ago to including both extraordinary needs grants and fiscal capacity disparity aid. This will result in adequacy payments topping $1 billion each year for the first time ever. Unfortunately, this amendment would allow the largest school districts to stack these two additional formulas. The current bill allows up to $3,750 in targeted aid per student in addition to the base adequacy. We are sending a record amount of money to our schools this year, and I ask you all to please vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Senator Rosenwald has a question of?
My colleague from District 20. It's hard to hear in here with these machines, but did I understand you to say that the city of Manchester stands to lose $10 million under the new formula in House Bill 2?
I thank you for the question, and the answer is yes. Through the superintendent did the figures and was giving me the number of 10 million.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I recognize Senator Lang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the student-centered education funding formula we adopted last year, I worked really hard to get that through and to change the funding formula. And one of the things we focused on was property poor town as it relates to the number of free and reduced lunches, tying that argument to poor people and not a lot of equalized valuation in a town. You should be getting some enhanced revenue to help you with your education funding formula. I made a mistake, which you don't hear very often on the floor, but I made a mistake in my formula. One of the things I did not calculate for is the middle of the road towns in the state of New Hampshire, where you have a very high number of students, but you have a very average or below average equalized valuation. They don't have they're not free and reduced. These are middle class families that have middle class housing, no $1 million homes, no lakefronts, just average towns like the town of Charleston. They were not calculated. They lost a ton of revenue. But my good friend from District 20 didn't mention is based on my formula last year, Manchester got $21 million more in education funding. And we're correcting the mistake I made in not calculating these middle-class towns, these middle average families in New Hampshire that have the towns that have lots of kids, but not necessarily lots of equalized valuation. I urge you to vote this down. We fixed this formula. It's the right thing to do for all of New Hampshire. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're presently discussing Floor Amendment 2714S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2714S. Are you ready for the vote? Senator Perkins Quokka requests a roll call. Senator Altschiller seconds. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator McConkey?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Ennis?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator McGue?
No.
Senator Avard?
Nope.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Reardon?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsall?
No.
Senator Long?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Carson?
No. Okay. The noes have it by a vote of 8 to 16. The floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Altschiller to introduce floor amendment 26.
All right, was that the right vote count for that? Pardon me, parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, so we have a vote correction? Yes. Okay. The correct count is 9 to 15, and the amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Altschiller is recognized to propose floor amendment number 2675S.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2675S. And I want to recognize the good bipartisan work that was done in committee to restore much of the cuts to the university system, to the Office of the Child Advocate, and to the community college system. But the fact is, it's simply not good enough, and we have the money to do more. And that's by prioritizing or choosing to prioritize all Granite State children and our small businesses. The Office of the Child Advocate, while restored, has seen almost 50% of its positions eliminated. This is a drastic cut that imperils the fundamental mission to protect children in need. An office that arose in the first place because of the death of children who were under state care. We can restore these positions, and we must. At UNH, over 70% of graduates stay in state after they graduate, and that is a huge part of our workforce. But by taking away funds from our university system, we threaten our ability to attract and retain young talent. We should be signaling to our students and small businesses that we are investing in them, and not just to the four-year college level, but to the community college level too. And we can actually pay for all of this. It's just a fundamental choice. A vote for this amendment is an investment in our children and small businesses and economic drivers that will bolster our state's future. A vote against it is another vote against New Hampshire families. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and Madam President, I request a roll call.
Thank you very much, Senator. We're currently debating floor amendment number 2675S. Senator Gray is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. You remember my remarks when a good senator from District 20 had his bill and said we could afford it? Ditto. We can't.
Thank you, Senator. Currently debating floor amendment 2675S. Is there any further discussion? Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe, as my colleague from District 7 said Tuesday in a committee, we are funding higher education at half the rate we were at 20 years ago. And this is a 10% cut from last fiscal year. This is not good enough. This is about our children, it's about our workforce, and it's about our future. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Innish wishes to speak.
President, I am a tireless advocate for education funding, public schools, universities, etc. But this amendment feels a little bit like robbing Peter to pay Paul. And for that reason, I will be voting against it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently discussing floor amendment 2675S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Senator Gray wishes to speak for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. Because of the remarks from a good senator from District 20, I am the Senate's representative on the University System Board of Trustees. I was actually off of that board for 2 years during the time that the Democrats, had the chair. There were significant changes in that board over the 2 years. And we continue to make significant changes in the funding of the university system. And therefore, although painful, I'll admit, to get down from the 97 to the 91 on the governor's budget to the 85 that's here, it has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The Senate is still debating floor amendment 2675S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2675S. Senator Altschiller has requested a roll call. It's been seconded by Senator Perkins Quokka. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
Nope.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The vote is 8 to 16. The floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on further reading, a second reading, and open for further discussion and amendment. And I recognize Senator Rosenwald to introduce floor amendment 2703S.
Madam President, I move floor amendment 2703S, and I'd like to speak to my motion. Thank you. This floor amendment addresses one of the most urgent needs of Granite Staters, the cost of health care. And it again asks us to make the right choice to lower health care costs for all Granite Staters. It does so by undoing a provision in House Bill 2 that will make care more expensive for low-income adults and children, and by adding several provisions that will make care less expensive and more available. So the amendment removes the increase in drug copays for adults and children on Medicaid. While a $4 copay may not seem like a huge expense, please remember that while 12% of our population is on Medicaid, more than half of our population is concerned about their ability to pay for medication, and 25% of our people are already cutting pills in half, skipping doses, or not filling prescriptions at all. So an increase in prescription costs is a big burden for our lowest income residents, and it's likely to lead to worse health outcomes. The floor amendment will also lower drug costs by keeping the Prescription Drug Affordability Board and funding it without general funds. In fact, the work of this board, the only entity in state government that is doing this work at all, has led to a $2.5 million savings in this budget that we are voting on today. The board has also been working on another idea that would have saved $6 million a year of taxpayer money, in addition to a third proposal that would save individuals, everybody in the state, an average of $200 per prescription. So this board, being the only entity doing this work in state government, is doing it in cooperation with HHS, the Insurance Department, and Administrative Services. The amendment before us also will help low-income seniors who don't qualify for Medicaid expansion because they've turned 65 by helping them pay for Medicare Part A deductibles and Part B and D premiums. Several thousand of our residents over the age of 65 could benefit, including residents on the developmental disabilities waiver, individuals aging out of aid to the permanently and totally disabled, and nursing home residents. It will invest in our healthcare workforce, including making opioid treatment more available. Finally, it will bring the 50-year-old family planning program back to the governor's level of funding, making it possible for community health centers to provide cancer screenings and STI testing, and is sometimes the only health care that some of our residents are able to get. For me, funding needs is the right choice, so I hope we will adopt this floor amendment and that you will all join me in voting for it, and I'd like to ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently discussing floor amendment 2703S. Senator Birdsall wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Keep in mind, we set aside $500,000 for healthcare, for the healthcare workforce recruitment. We adopted the good senator from District 13. It's amendment for $1 million for family planning. Additionally, we also adopted the good senator from District 6's bill to allow Medicaid to choose the lesser of the cost of the pharmaceuticals. If it's the lesser cost is for generic, they can choose that, or the less cost, some brand name drugs are actually less than the generics, they can choose that. So we added that into the budget. We also streamlined the process of getting our nursing home facilities, the applications for them through the system, so the nursing homes can take better care of our elderly and get paid on a consistent basis so that they will continue to able to care for our elderly. So this amendment increases spending without an offset, and I urge my colleagues to please vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. We're currently discussing floor amendment number 2703S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Prentice has a question of...
I have a question of my colleague from District 13. Hi. Will you take my question? Yes. Thank you. And I may have two, but I might only have one. I just want to clarify, Senator, that you talked about, well, my question for you is, are the more rural areas of the state have a greater or a higher impact with the lack of funding for, say, family planning programs?
Yes, I believe that is true, particularly in the North Country and the western part of the state. And you didn't ask me this question, but since I'm standing here, I would point out that everything that my colleague from District 19 just said applies to Medicaid, while this amendment really speaks to the needs of all of Granite State residents. Thank you.
Follow-up? Follow-up question? So loan repayment is part of this. Does loan repayment have more significant impact in bringing providers and practitioners into the underserved areas, tending to be more rural?
Yes.
In your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, yes. And particularly in the areas of substance use disorder treatment. And again, the state loan repayment proposal does not use general funds, but uses the Joint Underwriters Association money that we still have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're still discussing Floor Amendment 2703S. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The amendment fails by a vote of 8 to 16. The noes have it. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 2. Are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass on HB 2. I want to start off by level setting. We've heard a lot about how we are magically in a tight budget year, that we need to tighten our belts. Yet these belts are only tightening around hardworking families, squeezing them for nickels and dimes to pay for tax giveaways to the ultra-wealthy. Over the last decade, we've seen tax giveaways go to out-of-state corporations. It'll spur economic activity, they said. But instead, it drained a net $1.2 billion from our local communities. Money we could instead be investing right here in our main streets, in the back rooms where dreams become thriving small businesses, where old office spaces become vibrant homes for young families. We never had a chance to think about further supporting these businesses, these families, and other individuals who are the backbone of our communities, because leadership gave their money away. To pay for it, this budget raises taxes and costs on hardworking Granite Staters. It imposes an income tax on some of our most vulnerable children and families. It raises property taxes by cutting state support to municipalities, things like raiding the Renewable Energy Fund and dramatically lowering wastewater funding. It increases healthcare costs and restricts access with higher copays by forcing a $51 million cut back the budget cut on DHHS. It does absolutely nothing on housing, time and again the #1 issue in this state. And another zero on lowering utility costs. What we have seen instead is over a $30 million increase in spending on school vouchers over the biennium, sending money to ultra-wealthy families already able to afford private school tuition and away from our neighborhood schools. Yet another choice to send money away from hardworking Granite Staters. I recently had the chance to go on a little podcast. I think some of you heard it. I talked about growing up in a small business, about my crib being in a closet and our home above the business. We worked hard to get by, and I also appreciated the community I had around me. That's why I got into public service, so that every child has the same shot at this too. I can't help but judge this budget in part on whether it makes life better for a daughter of a single mom who owns a small business, or for a little boy with parents on Medicaid. This budget makes it harder for those kids, but not just them. It makes it harder on young adults trying to get a fair shot by slashing university funding. It hamstrings our young families and does nothing to stop the rise of healthcare costs and property taxes that afflict our aging population. It makes it harder for businesses to attract and retain talent by making our state less welcoming, by not providing housing, and by defunding our public schools. Over 60 businesses wrote in to say as much. This is not the New Hampshire way. We can do better. This is about choices. So let's choose hardworking Granite Staters. Let's choose to invest in housing. Let's choose to invest in our workforce and small businesses. Let's choose community where we respect individuality and promote being neighborly. That choice starts today by voting against this budget. I ask my colleagues to join me. Thank you.
Thank you. The bill is still on further reading and open for further discussion. This time, Senator Carson is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to come down at the end of the debate, and we've had a really good substantive debate today on House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. Like, it's been a long day already. This isn't a perfect budget, Mr. President. We have never had a perfect budget. I don't want anyone to ever think that anyone has ever voted for a budget that they had everything they wanted and nothing they didn't. But this is a budget that works for the people of the state of New Hampshire. Today, our colleagues have proposed more than $168 million in additional spending, along with $0 in spending cuts. They offered to cut the EFA program, which is an extremely successful program, 9 times, even though we have already passed on that to another bill. If we had the money, I'm sure we'd agree with some of these amendments. But I want to make it very clear, as my good friend from District 6 keeps repeating, we don't have the money. This budget makes tough choices with limited resources and doesn't ask to increase the tax burden on New Hampshire families. Before you decide that this budget isn't good enough, consider what you're going to be voting against. Restoring Medicaid reimbursement rates, funding developmental disabilities, and supporting community mental health. These were the top 3 priorities that the people of New Hampshire shared with the Senate Finance Committee, and we listened. Will you listen to them or say it's not good enough? This budget preserves the 30% local share of rooms and meals tax. We've doubled local revenue sharing in the past 4 years. Will you say that is not good enough and vote no? So let's talk about the other things you'll be voting against. $2.1 billion, and that's billion with a B, for local school districts. Preserving the unique college scholarship program. $71.5 million for local water and wastewater projects. $15 million for child care workforce programs. $100 million for the YDC settlement fund. Mr. President, this budget has contributions from every single senator, and every single senator has plenty of things they would have done differently. We built this budget together, mostly by consensus, by compromise when we could, and by full and open debate where we couldn't agree. Before you decide that this budget is not good enough, remember what you will be voting against. I urge my colleagues to support ought to pass and move this budget to the next stage in the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is still on further reading and open for discussion. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on HB. That was close. Senator Gannon, you are recognized.
I just heard a lot about EFAs today, and I just wanted to throw in one thing. I was recently, probably too recently, turn that upside down, talking to Commissioner Endelblue, and he said the average family income receiving an EFA is $75,000 in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 2. Roll call has been requested and has been seconded. Are you ready for the question?
No, I got it. Thank you. Senator Rochford.
Yes.
So used to putting in the minute. Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Didn't understand them. No. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Yes. Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. And this time, HB 2 is ordered to third reading.
I would like to thank Senator Waters for joining us this afternoon, and we wish you a very speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll see you back here next week in person. Thank you. Senator Waters is now excused, and the Senate will be in recess until 6:30. We have dinner downstairs in room 100. Okay. I'd like to remind everyone that Senator Waters has turned off his Zoom and he is now excused. We're going to take up where we left off and begin with the capital budget. Oh, excuse me. All right, hold on.
Wait a minute, I gotta put you where we were. I put it before, I put your script in, right there. And I'll take that back.
Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the passage of the following entitled Bill with an Amendment, in the passage of which the amendment the House asks the concurrence of the Senate. Senate Bill 295 FN relative to education freedom accounts. You've got it right there.
Senator Murphy moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 295. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. Thank you. Now we're going to go back to the capital budget. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Capital Budget, to which was referred House Bill 25A, an act making an appropriations for capital improvements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator McConkey for the committee.
Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 25A ought to pass with amendment. This bill is New Hampshire's two-year capital budget, effective July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. The capital budget provides bonded funding for statewide capital improvements, including construction, repairs and investments in state-owned buildings, state facilities, and parks. Such improvements aim to maintain and strengthen our state's non-highway transportation, building, and technological infrastructure. The capital budget, as recommended by the committee, appropriates approximately $171 million in bonding authority, including $171 million in bonding authority, includes $137.7 million in general fund bonding, $10 million in highway fund bonding, and $23.4 million of other funding bonds. In summary, this capital budget, unanimously recommended by the committee, I can't think of a better committee, helps New Hampshire maintain and enhance its infrastructure. It also leverages federal dollars, stimulates private business growth and economic opportunity. The project for which money is appropriated will create jobs for many contracting businesses throughout the state. The Capital Budget Committee asks your support with a motion of ought to pass with the amendment HB 25A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Okay, there we go. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 25. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Children, Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 243 FN, an act relative to the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move ought to pass as amended on HB 243-FN. What this would do, it actually creates it makes it a misdemeanor for anyone who knowingly files a false report with the department. And what it does, it makes that a misdemeanor. It's an unclassified misdemeanor. And what it also does is that it actually takes into consideration of how false reports affect families when they're made. It also addresses circumstances where someone causes a false report to be filed. The committee amendment focused on what type of mens rea was necessary, and it actually created a clear legal standard of when this would be applicable. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? I recognize Senator Perkins-Coker for our floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce amendment number 2589S, if I could speak to my motion. Thank you. Well, I appreciate the work done by the committee on this bill. I think it's just important for the legislature to make sure that we're sending a crystal clear message that the new language being put in statute does not in any way discourage our professional mandatory reporters, like our teachers, from reporting suspected abuse and neglect, even if they do not have proof. Not reporting carries with it steep penalties, and for a good reason. We do not want to send any mixed messages when we talk about matters of possible civil and criminal liability in this bill. If a professional mandatory reporter hears a student say something that gives them reason to suspect abuse or neglect, they must report it, regardless of whether or not there's some question. If they make a good faith report about the facts they have heard or observed, they should not worry about risking criminal or civil penalties for a false report. So that's just what this amendment does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2589 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Abbas.
President, I rise in opposition to Floor Amendment 2589S. Although I appreciate that it's taken into consideration good faith, the good faith of someone making a report, well, the knowing standard that we have put into the bill as part of the amendment, the person making the report is doing it knowing they're making a false report, hence that person does not have good faith. So this I believe, amendment will create more confusion than clarity and is also not necessary. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2589. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Yep. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a floor amendment, or is it Senator Prentice? Senator Prentice, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce Floor Amendment 2025-2487S, and I'd like to be able to speak to my amendment. Thank you, Madam President. So this amendment amends the current statute for the Maternal Mortality Review Panel and changes it to a committee. It also changes the administrative responsibilities where the oversight happens and administrative support to be split between the Department of Health and Human Services and the New Hampshire Perinatal Quality Collaborative at Dartmouth Health. It adds 2 members to the committee. One is from DCYF and one is from the Department of Corrections. It appoints a committee chair, and it cites that at the end of every meeting, there will be the conclusions will be recorded with recommendations, and it also provides for a protection of the data. Given all of the work that this body has done over the last 5 years, including within this last year to decrease the rate, the rise in maternal mortality, save the lives of mothers and their babies, this is an important committee that needed to be updated. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We are currently discussing Floor Amendment 2487. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2487. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. I recognize Senator Rosenwald for a floor amendment.
Really?
2665. Just say please vote for it.
Donovan's going.
It looks like in our stuff.
Yeah. All right, Senator Fenton, you may introduce Floor Amendment 2665.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 2665S for a colleague that's not here today. Essentially, this bill was a request of the Commissioner that helps us define electric charging stations and charge fees for annual testing by the Division of Weights and Measures. It also authorizes the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food to appropriate funds for electric vehicle charging station testing and certification. Thank you.
We're currently discussing Floor Amendment 2665. Is there any further discussion on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2665? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment, and I recognize Senator Perkins Quokka for a proposed floor amendment.
Madam President, I would like to introduce Floor Amendment 2710S and cede my time to Senator Reardon on this.
Thank you, Madam President. Bills, Senate Bill 200 and Senate Bill 186 were bills to honor two longtime Senate presidents, Senate President Sylvia Larson and former Senate President Jeb Bradley, by accepting their portraits. Those bills did pass out of the Senate and were retained in the House committee in which they were heard. Both of the portraits have been privately paid for. One is already completed and the other is to be completed. Once accepted, these portraits, the Joint Legislative Historical Commission will determine where and when the portraits will be displayed. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment that honors these two former Senate presidents.
Thank you, Senator. The question is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment 2710S? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2710S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 243. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 560, an act relative to parental access to minor child's medical records. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 2 to 1. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 560 ought to pass. House Bill 560 will provide parents with the necessary access to their children's medical records, except under certain circumstances. The committee heard testimony from parents and doctors that reiterated the fact that parents are responsible and should have access to their children's medical records in order to best assist them. Parents bear the financial burden and responsibility to raising their children. They should be included in the process of their children's medical care. This legislation is not asking that medical providers do anything new. Rather, it allows hospitals to treat online records the same as physical records and only redact that which is required. This includes when access to the patient portal that many hospitals in the state use, which excludes parents from their child's care. I ask that the Senate join the Children and Family Law Committee in the recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Yep, okay. Okay, nope, that's wrong. Okay, we do have some floor amendments that are being proposed, and I recognize Senator Abbas for floor amendment 2213.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2213S. What this floor amendment does, and it's really, I believe, still captures the intent of the original bill, but it does provide some clarification language which involves domestic violence restraining orders in certain circumstances, but we made it clear that it also would apply to any restraining order that was issued in a foreign state. So we did put that language in there, and we took it directly from the existing RSA that gives us the authority to enforce the out-of-state restraining orders. Also, we did swap out some of the language that used the term articulable facts, which we changed that to professional judgment when a healthcare provider is making a determination that the disclosure could be potentially harmful to the child. When it's involving abuse and neglect, that professional judgment language is consistent with the language used under the HIPAA laws. So we felt it was appropriate to remain consistent. So please join me in supporting the adoption of floor amendment 2213S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We have in front of us floor amendment 2213. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2213. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Gannon for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 2630. Amendment 2630 increases the period of administration license suspension for refusal to submit to a breathalyzer from 180 days up to 1 year for the first-time offenders. The amendment also provides out-of-state refusals may be considered prior offenses, while enabling individuals to reduce their suspensions or suspend their sentences for aggravated DWIs if they elect to cooperate with police and complete the impaired driver management program. Madam President, our roads have become bloodbaths needlessly. We could save 10 to 15 lives a year if we can work on the drunk driving. Right now, 40% of our driving fatalities involve alcohol. Out of 100%, 67% are either alcohol and polyuse combined. So we can do better. Not 2019 to 2022, we had a 47% fatality increase. Driver impairment in the fatality accidents is 30% higher than in the rest of the nation. And if you look at the people who are willing to take, in New Hampshire, take a breathalyzer, it's about 25 to 30% in a given year. The rest of the country, it averages between 70 and 75%. We're trying to get higher breathalyzer rates so we can take impaired drivers off the roads. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the amendment number 2630? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2630. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Rochford for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2661. The 2661 does three things. If you recall, a number of weeks ago, we had a bill that came out of the Senate, Senate Bill 123, designed to address the loss of timber tax revenue as a result of carbon sequestration programs. This amendment does three things. It defines pre-sequestration timber tax revenue and allows for payment in lieu of taxes on such revenue. It establishes a commission to study carbon sequestration programs and potential opportunities to capture lost revenue. And during that time that the commission is working, it establishes a moratorium on ongoing carbon sequestration contracts.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Perkins Quokka?
Madam, may we have a 1-minute recess?
The Senate will come out of recess. Just to refresh everybody, we are currently discussing Floor Amendment 2661 that has been put forward by Senator Rochford. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Are you ready for the question of adoption on Floor Amendment 2661? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. What I'm going to do right now, without objection, is special order House Bill 560 to the end of the calendar. Okay, yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 60, an act relative to termination of tenancy at the expiration of tenancy or lease term. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Wishjarvi for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes. Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move on to pass on House Bill 60. This bill allows landlords to terminate a lease at the end of the contractual lease term with 60 days notice to the tenant. There was an amendment that came along with this bill, and I would like to request that the body please vote down the amendment so an alternative amendment may be offered. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Remember, we have been asked to vote down the committee amendment so another amendment can be introduced. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment has failed. The bill is on second reading. Is there any, are there any amendments to come forward? And I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move Amendment 2711S and ask to speak to the amendment. Thank you, Madam President. Without my erudite colleague from District 4 here today, we're missing our usual well-educated soliloquy, so I'm going to do my best to fill those shoes. When the framers of this nation were finalizing the federal Constitution in 1787, several states refused to sign unless there was a Bill of Rights attached. James Madison of Virginia argued against the Bill of Rights because he said the day would come that those in power would assume the list was comprehensive, that any rights not on the list were not actually rights at all. His words have proved prophetic because 250 years later, here we sit discussing a right so fundamental that the framers would never have considered it necessary to include in that Bill of Rights. I'm talking about the ancient right of contract, which has been increasingly ignored by state and federal legislatures for the last century. The government's role is to enforce contracts, not to define contracts. But here in New Hampshire, several decades ago, that was overruled in a well-meaning act of judicial overreach. This decision had the unintended consequence of discouraging would-be landlords from making more units available. The courts decided that a residential lease never really expires, regardless of what it actually says. The court decided that constituents are really children, that they must be protected from their own decisions. But here in the state without seatbelt laws, we understand that this approach is incompatible with a live free or die ethos. Contracts are contracts, and people who sign one should understand that he or she will be expected to follow it. All this being said, we must also recognize that there is a housing shortage, that this housing shortage has raised rents to untenable levels while making it harder to find new rental housing when necessary, and that this shortage is in large part caused by short-sighted government overregulation that has made the provision of new units prohibitively expensive. In other words, the market is broken, and we broke it. Thus, I bring forward this amendment, which corrects that long ago act of judicial overreach, but only if and when the rental vacancy rate reaches 4%, as determined by the Federal Reserve. When 4% of units are vacant, tenants will have the reasonable opportunity to search for another residence. The amendment requires that landlords provide at least 60 days' notice of the intention to not renew the lease and specifies that the end of a lease shall not be considered an eviction. In short, the amendment restores the understanding that a contract is a contract while providing a recognition that the housing market is currently too tight. The amendment strikes a humane compromise and balance. I ask the body to vote yes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murphy has presented Floor Amendment 2711S. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Ricciardi wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So first of all, let me say, of course I believe in contracts. I think we all believe in contracts. But like anything else in life, we have a less than 1% vacancy rate. That should be taken into account. I will say we had a large amount of testimony in Commerce. Almost 600 people opposed this bill, and 32 people were in support of this bill. People worry, well, they live on eggshells. I could just be evicted as soon as my contract is up, and where will I go? So although I believe in a contract, when you have less than 1% vacancy rate, what does that mean? To me, it means, you know, we should look out for the people, that we're here to look out for people and protect people. So let me say, if you haven't noticed, I don't like this bill. But I've been willing to work with people to come up with a compromise, so we don't have to keep dealing with this year after year in the Commerce Committee. So I originally amended the bill as it came over from the House, carefully balancing the needs of landlords and tenants. In fact, we passed the committee amendment that I put forward in the calendar unanimously. Based on feedback from stakeholders, we agreed to Floor Amendment 2711S. This keeps some key provisions from the committee amendment in place while making a significant concession regarding the vacancy rate. We included language about retaliation in response to testimony we heard from renters afraid of reporting problems to their landlords. As for the vacancy rate, we agreed to 4% trigger. I was reluctant to do this because the generally accepted healthy rate is 5%. And for those who say it will never get to 5%, that's not what the data shows. It hit 5% one quarter in 2024, according to the Federal Reserve, which is the tool that this bill uses. While we heard from a small group of vocal landlords that they want HB 60 to fix this problem, we heard from hundreds of renters looking for housing stability during a housing crisis. We also heard from 5 landlords representing 4,800 properties all across the state who said this bill is not necessary. There are already lots of ways to evict people: non-payment of rent, property damage, health, safety concerns, lease violations. And don't forget the broad other good causes, which include any legitimate business or economic reason, like I want to take it off the market, I want to rent to a family member, I want to renovate. For all these reasons, I don't think we need to change a law that's been in place for 40 years. But if we decide to do so, at least we should make an effort to reduce the harm. So, as passed in the committee, you can add, this would apply to 12-month leases or shorter that are renewed for 12 months or more. Why? Because if we go with 6 months, the common practice will likely become 6-month leases, basically making each tenancy probationary. If a tenant has to find 2 apartments in 12 months, that's easily an $8,000 minimum, between twice having to pay first month's rent, security deposit, and moving costs. This creates a no-fault termination of tenancy, which requires the court to note that an eviction was not caused by the tenant in cases of renovation, let, or other good cause. For example, otherwise tenants would be saddled with the weight of an eviction on their records that did not take cause. So, with that being said, I prefer the amendment over the original bill, and I guess I would ask you to support that over the original bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment certainly improves the original bill, as we heard in the public hearing, but contracts aren't being ignored. The legislature has been very careful to give landlords lots of reasons in the law for all kinds of causes of action to, in fact, get rid of a tenant that is not working out. And there's always a legitimate reason for a legitimate eviction. And that will not be true after the fact here. The eviction can happen for any reason, legitimate or not. As my colleague from District 9 said, many large landlords reached out to us and told us they've been in the business for 20 plus years and have never had to have anything other than what the law already provides. And I will say many people came before the committee expressing fear of eviction, fear of losing their home through no fault of their own. This bill would only intensify those concerns. We cannot go down the path of legislating landlords and tenants disputes. That should be left to judges to decide whether, in fact, there's good cause for that to happen. And we cannot allow more people to become homeless when they're thrown out through no fault of their own. I would encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, but in fact, vote down the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator. I recognize Senator Murphy for a question of...
My friend from District 15. Thank you for taking the question. You said an eviction can be an eviction for any reason. And I just want to clarify on line 14 of the amendment that it says, I'm going to make sure you agree with me, nothing in this subparagraph shall affect a tenant's defense of retaliatory eviction or a tenant's protections from discrimination. Does that help assuage any of your concerns?
So on the record, if we're looking at a piece of paper or a landlord connections record of people that have been evicted, they're not going to show up as an eviction. But the reality is they're going to be without a home.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We're currently discussing Floor Amendment 2711. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2711S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 60. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay, we have education. Okay. Okay, you ready? Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to table.
Debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted and House Bill 115 is laid on the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 361, an act prohibiting mandatory mask policies in school. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 361 ought to pass. House Bill 361 prohibits school boards and public education agencies from adopting or enforcing a mandatory mask policy on school property. The bill allows exceptions for specific instructional or extracurricular activities or when required by state or federal law, such as those outlined in an individualized education plan or a Section 504 accommodation. The intent is to ensure mask wearing remains a personal choice for students and families unless a broader statewide emergency requires otherwise. This legislation provides clarity and consistency in local school policy while preserving individual and parental autonomy. I respectfully ask for your support on the Senate Education Committee recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation. So first, I'd like to point out that on this mask mandate discussion, that there have been at least 2 previous gubernatorial vetoes of almost the identical language. So this has been struck down before in order for locals to be able to make the decisions that work best for their communities. Currently, and this is non-COVID related, but this is where things started to escalate. Currently, school districts, using school nurses and principals, are able to make decisions when to put in infection control related precautions to deal with either an airborne or a surface-borne type of virus. So an airborne could be a flu, where a surface type of virus would be a norovirus, something gastrointestinal. Here we're talking specifically about airborne. So they were already doing this. We're going to take away the ability of these communities, should they be dealing with something other than, and again, where this is not a COVID mandate, should they be dealing with an airborne respiratory illness, they won't be able to put a precaution in place to protect spread in their children and the kids in the school, as well as the teachers and the staff. They would have to escalate this and ask for a declaration of an emergency. We know right now that, and you see this on the news, that a school will have some type of illness running through it, and they manage it locally, and many times they'll stop school for a few days, totally disinfect, give everybody a break, get immune systems back into a place, and then bring the kids and the staff and the teachers back into school. So I'd ask my colleagues to oppose this, given that there's been precedent set that this, from a local perspective, they're making good decisions and these things are working. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments to come forward? Seeing none, the question is, okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Sullivan. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 360. Are you ready for the question? Senator, we're looking for Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 7. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which is referred House Bill 718, an act requiring the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact to school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Murphy for the committee, but you can explain where we're at.
Explain where we are at. We took this up a few weeks ago already, and we've already adopted the committee amendment. There was a proposed amendment that was non-germane. What has happened is House Ways and Means, Senate Ways and Means Chair graciously held a hearing on the non-germane amendment, and I've ruled that the sections of the amendment are non-germane, and without objection, Senate Rule 3-17 is suspended to allow consideration of the non-germane amendment. Okay. We have a proposed floor amendment by Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 2080S. This amendment, as you noted, had a public hearing in Ways and Means, and I thank my colleague from District 2 for assisting with that. This is a simple amendment that addresses an issue around the Pasquaney School District, which we created in statute last year. And the issue is there are a lot of deadlines and requirements around setting new property tax rates to fund the school. These deadlines were difficult, if not impossible, for the district and the DRA to meet. So this bill addresses that issue, gives them, the DRA and the district, the flexibility to work through this issue in a timely manner. The Department of Revenue Administration has approved the amendment, and they look forward to working with the district to get the new tax rates set. So I encourage the body, please pass this through to assist our public schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2080 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2080. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on the underlying bill, House Bill 718. This bill is yet another unfunded mandate that could have severe negative consequences on special education. It requires the Department of Education to report the costs local districts incur for each rule or proposed rule, and these costs don't calculate themselves. The department will need staff to do this, meaning one of two things. Either the department will take staff away from important educational services to crunch these numbers, taking away from important educational services and leading to worse educational outcomes, or likely the department will use taxpayer money to hire staff to do this. In a tight budget year, we are accounting for every expenditure, and we have been told over and over how we have no money, and yet we have no clue. We also have no clue what this unfunded mandate will cost. So if passed, this bill will open the door to underfunding special education because it creates a report with a skewed perspective. It focuses on the unfunded impact rather than the impact on students and tips the scales towards thinking about cost rather than benefit. Puts our most vulnerable students at risk, and for these reasons, I ask my colleagues to vote against this ought to pass motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently debating floor amendment 2080. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 718. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 71FN, an act prohibiting the use of facilities of public elementary school, public secondary school, and an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States relative to the Department of Health and Human Services contracts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 71FN ought to pass. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 71FN. Ask for your support. Thank you.
Short, sweet, and to the point. Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading and open to further amendments. I recognize Senator Avard to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that we've passed already. We're just going to give the House a second shot at it. You know, before the elections in the city of Nashville, we had been notified that our house was assessed, and we only had 7 days to challenge it at that particular time. And this amendment basically, I wanted 90 days. This basically says that if you're going to notice of a reevaluation of your home, you should be at least notified 45 days. If you're sick in the hospital or you're on vacation and you've only got 7 days to contest it, I don't know, it's just a way for the public to be notified.
Talking about?
249.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. So that's what this amendment does. We've already voted on it and passed it in this body before.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard has proposed floor amendment 2494. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2494. Are you ready? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Avard to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer 2495S.
You may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So we again passed this bill, and it also passed finance. It went to the House, and the House passed it. Then it went to House Finance, and, well, they couldn't cough up a buck. I'm asking you for $1. And basically what it does is establishes a fund so that monies can be given through either grants or donations to build a pier at Hampton Beach. Little research that I did, and I had some help. In Rockingham County alone, there are 34,000 people that are with disabilities. Rockingham County alone. In the state, we have 182,000 people that have disabilities. Have you ever seen somebody being pushed on the beach with these big wheels in a wheelchair to access the beach? It's not a pretty sight. We build a pier at Hampton Beach. If people donate it, if we can get government grants, if we can get foundations to donate to it, we can make a pier so that individuals in this state can wheel out on a pier and enjoy the beach like those that are not handicapped, those that do not have disabilities. Imagine a little kid in a wheelchair being pushed on the pier with a little fishing pole, catching a striper. I'd love to catch a striper myself. Or catching a fish, or a senior age person being just walking out there with their wheelchair or their little chair, being able to enjoy the water underneath them. It'll be a draw to New Hampshire, I promise, and it'll be an investment into the people. Remember, that's a state park. a state park, which belongs to the whole state of New Hampshire. People from Berlin, from Lincoln, Colebrook, Keene, and Nashua. That belongs to all of us. And the access for the individuals that have disability or the senior age, that's what this does, if we can get it accomplished. And guess what? We have a 10-year period. If we can't get the money, then it'll just go to more access to the beach. If we're not successful raising the funds that are necessary, then the monies will be put into making more access to the beach for those that are handicapped. I happen to sit, Madam President, on the subcommittee for Alzheimer's. And one of the things that we discovered is that New Hampshire, in this whole country, is the second oldest state. We got a lot of old folks here. I'm 62. I'm heading that way. We're aging. And it's getting harder and harder for people to navigate on the beach. I say we create this opportunity for the handicapped, for the seniors, for the veterans that are in wheelchairs. We have a lot of them as well. Let's give them that ability to enjoy the beach like the rest of us, and it'll be a draw to New Hampshire. Rooms and Meals will benefit from that. I believe that. Look at Old Orchard Beach. Now, I'm doing all this to ask you for $1. $1. And a policy. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Personally, I'm waiting for those jet packs that were promised us from the Jetsons, but that was a long time ago. We're currently debating floor amendment number 2495. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Gannon, you have a question? There you go. The fun's getting started. Senator Gannon, you have a question?
Question of the good senator from 12.
Senator, will you yield to a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Ricard. Would you believe that you had me at hello?
I'm sorry? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes. Again, we're debating floor amendment 2495. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald wishes to speak.
I wanted to speak on the underlying bill.
Okay.
So maybe
somebody else wants to speak
now.
on the amendment. So when it comes up, I'll recognize you. Senator Altschiller, you wish to speak on the floor amendment? Okay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. As the senator from District 24 in Rockingham County, I feel the need to clarify some accessibility issues that were just raised. This state spent $19 million renovating the Hampton Beach State Park for the enjoyment of the entire state, and in doing so, actually made the state park more accessible. So lest anyone be under the impression that the state park is inaccessible, there are very wide walkways, and while the senator who brought this amendment forward may think that it's not a pretty sight to see people in wheelchairs on the beach, I would remind the body that we actually paid for in our renovations a rollout walkway or rollway so that in the new handicapped accessible ramps that come out the back of the Seashell stage, you can go down a walkway, a rollway, and you don't need to do it in your own wheelchair and get sand in your wheelchair, because we also have free to use to the public accessible beach wheelchairs, which you can bring into the water. So just want to make sure that everyone is aware that the beach currently, right now, is accessible to all residents, and I do hope that you will come down and see the sandcastle competition underway, because that is also accessible to the entire state. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently debating floor amendment 2495. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The floor amendment, the ayes have it, the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay? We're not? Okay. Senator Rosenwald.
Madam President, and I rise in opposition to the underlying bill. And I do so because it carries a risk of the state losing up to $18 million in federal funds to the Department of Health and Human Services. What's particularly worrisome is that $12 million of that potential loss is to the Bureau of Behavioral Health. So I want to ask my colleagues, do any of us in this chamber think we have solved our state's mental health crisis? Do any of us think we have fixed the problem of homelessness that has beleaguered our cities and towns? Well, I don't see any heads nodding, so I'm guessing the answer is no. We do still have a mental health problem and a homeless problem. Cities can take down encampments, but the people don't go away. The governor, in her budget, put $10 million for homeless shelter funding, but it's not nearly enough. The department suggested we needed something like $24 million. And the result of what she funded the homeless shelter at is that their rates have been cut by $7 a day. And now we're looking at another potential loss of $12 million more for this crisis, in addition to the underfunding in the budget. And why is this necessary? To score points, political points, when the real issues facing our state are the high cost of housing, health care, energy, property taxes? That's what we should be focusing on, solving New Hampshire's problems. Please vote against the ought to pass motion, or now it's an ought to pass as amended motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 71. Are you ready for the question? Senator Lang wishes to speak.
Madam President, so what this bill does, again, it prohibits, the underlying bill prohibits that education facilities cannot be repurposed for housing illegal aliens. That's what it does. We saw what happened in Massachusetts and the takeover of the veterans building down there. We're prohibiting that our schools will be taken over. But what it doesn't do is that it doesn't include emergency shelter. So again, for specific disasters, things like, let's say, fires, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, storms, tidal waves, snowstorms, those things, we can still use it for temporary shelter for people who need help, for a temporary reason due to the storm. But when that's abated, they go away. But we can't wholesale take over a facility and make it a housing facility. That's what the bill does. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 71. Are you ready? Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McHugh?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16-7. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 316 FN, an act relative to reimbursement for ground ambulance services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 316 FN to be re-referred to committee. This bill makes changes to the regulatory environment for ground ambulance services and commercial health insurance reimbursement for these services by establishing a uniform and default rate schedule, prohibiting ground ambulance providers from balance billing, providing for continued updating of the rate schedule, and establishing a commission on all payer model programs for ground ambulance services. This is one of the bills addressing issues regarding reimbursement for ground ambulance services. The committee feels it's best to re-refer the bill to allow more time for stakeholders to fine-tune an agreement that works for everyone. For this reason, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion to re-refer to committee. And Madam President, as I close out my my introduction, I would ask committee members to join me in voting down the re-refer so I can offer a floor amendment and what our fine-tuning is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just to refresh everyone, Senator Prentice is asking us to vote down the re-refer to committee so that she may offer a floor amendment. Okay. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Oh, great. Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, Senator Prentice has a floor amendment.
Move ought to pass.
Oh, sorry, it's not here. Senator Prentice is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleague in District 6 for always keeping me moving on the right track. So first, I'm going to be offering floor amendment 2643. And as I offer this, I just want to open, I'm going to describe this briefly, what this this floor amendment does. But I want to thank my colleagues here in Senate Health and Human Services from District 1, 12, 19, and 20 for their continued patience, work, and diligence on solving this problem around ground ambulance services and prohibiting balance billing for our patients. I also could not outline this without mentioning the continued communications with House Commerce and our Department of Insurance. So with that being said, this amendment 2643 will prohibit balance billing, protecting consumers. It will put in place a 2-year interim rate of 325% of Medicare for ambulance reimbursement throughout the entire state. During that time period, there will be a new cost study that is performed working with the Department of Insurance and our insurance plan and our insurance providers. It will establish a commission. This commission will not only monitor and manage the rate setting that was initially in House Bill 316, but it will evaluate the current status of our emergency medical services systems, the current models that we have, and make recommendations about what future systems of care for emergency medical services will do. This bill, in short, prohibits balance billing, and it stabilizes our emergency medical services system. Thank you to everyone that helped get this done. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2643 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2643. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 316. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will pay attention to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 377FN, an act relative to healthcare professionals administering hormone treatments and puberty blockers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 377FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, this bill prohibits the performance of a medical procedure or the prescription or issuance of medication upon or to a minor child that is intended to alter the minor child's gender. The amendment adopted by the Health and Human Services Committee outlines that those who violate this provision are subject to discipline under the Board of Medicine and allows people who are already using such medications and treatments to continue use. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 377FN. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Rochford to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 2025-2514. This is a pretty straightforward amendment that just adds a private right of action for those affected by these types of therapies. In addition to allowing a private citizen, in particular, especially minors affected by this treatment, to take independent action, it also creates a deterrent effect to consider prescribing these therapies to children. And so not only does it pertain to minors, but it also extends the private right to action to 2 years after the minor reaches the age of majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2514 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2514. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. I recognize Senator Ricciardi for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Children's health is deeply influenced by the environment in which they grow up, from the air they breathe, the water they drink, and the products they interact daily. Exposure to pollution and harmful chemicals has been linked to serious health issues, including developmental disorders and long-term chronic conditions. Senate Bill 184 seeks to address these concerns by establishing Children's Environmental Health Day on the second Thursday of each October in New Hampshire. This designated day will serve as an opportunity to raise awareness and encourage proactive steps to safeguard children from environmental hazards. So just a quick backstory on this. Long before I ever even thought I would be in the Senate, I wrote a resolution for this for children. And the then Governor Sununu would sign the resolution every year. When I found my way here in the Senate, I said, rather than have the resolution every year, let's just make a designated day. It helps make awareness for children. It costs $0 and is very heavily supported by schools and families. And it's mind-boggling to me that as my 5th year here, we pass it unanimously in the Senate and it always dies in the House. I can't figure it out when this is a good bill, costs no money, helps our children. Can't figure it out. So let's go for it again and try to get it through. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Floor Amendment 2621 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2621. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 377. Senator Altshuler would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the language of the underlying language of House Bill 377. This bill would prohibit licensed healthcare professionals from administering hormone treatments and puberty blockers to minors, a move that would not only interfere with established standards of medical care, but could also place already at-risk youth in greater danger. I appreciate the committee's work regarding the continuing care element in the committee amendment, but I still must oppose this bill as amended. Puberty blockers and hormone therapy for youth are not administered lightly nor quickly, and they do not only affect individuals who are transgender. It is also important to note that transition in no way begins with hormones or puberty blockers. They may use a different name, different pronouns, different clothing. This social transition can take months, years. Then they may begin hormones after talking to healthcare providers, mental health care providers. This is not a process that is quick or taken lightly, and it is always, always, always involving something that this body deems sacrosanct: parental consent. These are carefully considered medical treatments provided under supervised, trained medical professionals, and only after thorough evaluation involving trained health care providers, mental health experts, and families. These treatments are supported by leading medical institutions, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the Endocrine Society. Denying access to these treatments doesn't remove medical issues in need of care, nor does it erase the identity of transgender youth. It simply removes their ability to access safe, evidence-based care. And the consequences of that can be devastating. Studies show that transgender youth who receive proper health care experience significantly lower rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. Denying this care does the opposite. According to peer-reviewed research, when access is blocked, mental health outcomes worsen, in some cases catastrophically. This bill would force healthcare professionals to ignore best practices, to disregard what they know is medically sound, and to watch young people suffer, knowing that they have the tools to help, but they are barred from using them. That's not medicine. That's political interference. Additionally, the Scrimetti versus United States Supreme Court case is still waiting on a ruling, which could have significant impacts on this type of legislation, setting an overall precedent. The ruling will be issued in a few weeks, and it's not legislatively prudent to pass this bill at this time, knowing this decision is coming and the state could face Yet another legal challenge. I ask you to consider not just the policy implications, but the human cost of this legislation. We must trust our medical experts. We must listen to the families. And most importantly, we must protect our kids, not make them more vulnerable. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 377. I recognize Senator Avard.
Thank you, Madam President. I support this bill. I support the underlining bill. And I had the privilege of sitting in judiciary one day, and well, we outlawed marriage under 18 years old because it wasn't right, and I supported that. We're talking about hormone therapy for minors. So we had people come in Health and Human Services, people of the LGBT community, and they were outraged because years ago we passed a bill that said you can't do conversion therapy, and if you do conversion therapy, you're gonna get in trouble. They linked hormone therapy to conversion therapy. Well, you're not gay, you're just trans. That was their testimony. And they actually brought that testimony before Congress just recently. So you can't get married unless you're 18 or older, but you can change your body's physical with permanent damage. Nobody's talking about the damage that you're doing. We just passed a bill that says if you do the damage, you can sue. Well, there are people that are actually coming out and saying, you know what, I made a terrible mistake. And I was led wrong. And my life is destroyed. And that's what you can hear in their voice. But nobody seems to be talking about that. I support this bill. Leave the kids alone and let them develop. If they're 18 or older, then do whatever you want. You're an adult. But if you can't get married, because, well, 17, that's just bad. We passed that. But if you want to change your entire biological outcome, well, that's okay. I think I said it before. Have we all gone mad? It's a form of conversion therapy. It's an insult. And it's dangerous. It's reckless. And it's gross.
The question is on the adoption to pass as amended, House Bill 377. Senator Prentice has a question for
the senator from District 24.
Senator Altshiller, do you yield?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator, for taking my questions. So you mentioned a Supreme Court case. You said Skirmetti?
Yes.
Okay. So how would the outcome of that case impact the legality of banning puberty blockers for minors?
So United States versus Skirmetti is a pivotal case because it challenges Tennessee's Senate Bill 1, which prohibits the administration of puberty blockers and hormone therapy to minors for health care purposes. Similar to this legislation that we have before us, the Supreme Court's decision will determine whether such bans violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment by discriminating based on sex and transgender status. A ruling against the ban could set a precedent that invalidates similar laws in other states, reinforcing the constitutional right of transgender minors to access medically necessary care, not gross care, medically necessary care to affirm their gender identity. not convert them to a different gender identity, affirm that which they are. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 377. Senator Sullivan would like to speak.
Thank you. I have a question for my colleague in District 19.
Yes, you may ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Are you aware that DHS recently released a comprehensive review of medical interventions for children and adolescents with gender dysphoria, and they found that puberty blockers and other interventions caused irreversible harm, such as infertility, and while very weak evidence of benefits were produced in studies around the world. There was no direct link to suicide, to decrease the attempts of suicide in these children, because that was caused by underlying conditions like anxiety and depression that were not treated through gender-affirming care. Are you aware of that study?
I am not, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 377. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 7. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. That's what I got to do. Okay. The Senate will be in recess for a
To the clerk.
Yeah, go ahead, one more time.
Didn't work the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hey, Gardner? Gardner, are we on? Huh? Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 701 FN, an act relative to healthcare patients' right to try certain emergency healthcare treatment options. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 701 ought to pass with amendment. This bill expands a healthcare patient's right to try emerging healthcare treatment options. This is intended to help terminally ill patients access potentially life-saving or life-extending experimental treatments that they otherwise may not be able to try. The Senate Health and Human Service Committee adopted an amendment ensuring that this will not be used as a means of medical-assisted suicide. However, we still feel as though there's a little more work to be done. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for House Bill 701 so that a floor amendment may also be introduced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Burr. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Birdsall, you're recognized to offer an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for and want to introduce 2025-2579S and speak to my amendment.
You are recognized.
Thank you. This is the same piece of legislation. The only thing that we did, and we have 24 senators that co-sponsored, all we did was change it from life-threatening to terminal illness so that those that are really need the help will be able to have it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2579. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the floor amendment has been adopted. The bill is still in second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on HB 701-FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. And the motion has passed. And the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 712FN, an act limiting breast surgeries for minors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 712 ought to pass with amendment. This bill limits breast surgeries for minors and provides a private right of action against the surgeon for violation of the statute. The Health and Human Services Committee adopted an amendment that clarifies definitions within the bill, outlines that breast surgery is not prohibited subject to conditions found with the definitions of the bill, and changes the discipline to come under the jurisdiction of the appropriate licensing entity or disciplinary review board. The majority of the Senate Health and Human Services asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 712. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on further reading. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? This time, Senator Berzel's recognized to offer a floor amendment, 2506.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 2506 basically revises, this is a bill that passed the Senate this past session. It revises residential care and healthcare facility licensing requirements by 1, requiring licensed residential care facilities to have quality assurance programs, 2, requiring the results of investigations and inspections to be posted on the Department of Health and Human Services website. It removes a redundant reference to administrative fines. It changes the term hospital to the term facility, and removes the word continuing from the initial education requirements and replacing the term ongoing training with continuing education in the annual training requirement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 2506? The question is the adoption of the floor amendment 2506. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted.
Now we're still on second reading.
The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Avard, you are recognized to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer Amendment 2508S. And this, as introduced, this bill basically requires the collection and reporting of abortion statistics by healthcare providers and medical facilities. Upon stakeholder collaboration, this amendment has been adopted to clarify that certain abortion statistics be reported, and that the reporting requirements replaces a provision in the Fetal Life Protection Act stating that nothing in this subdivision shall construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. We did pass this in a bipartisan manner, and I'm asking you for your support and give the House another shot at it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Is there any further discussion on floor amendment 2508? Are you ready for the question on the adoption of floor amendment 2508? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment has been adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment.
We're going to finish that right there. No, you're going to stop right there at the questions on the adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended on HB 712-FN. Are you ready for the question?
Roll call. Second.
A roll call has been requested and has been seconded.
Did you hear who did the first one? Who called the roll call?
Senator Avard.
And then who seconded? Prentice.
Senator Prentice seconded.
Oh, no, you don't want to be second?
Who seconded the motion for a roll call?
Who called it?
Ah, all right.
Okay, and Senator Prentice wants to be recognized.
Senator Prentice, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for holding on the roll call so I can rise and make a few comments in opposition to Senate Bill, well, no, to House Bill 712. So I have a few things that I want to say, and I will keep this brief, some of which we've already heard. which is that we have gone, this body has gone to great lengths to protect parental rights, and that includes medical decision-making when it comes to minors. Today, as it is in current law, medical decision-making when it comes to minors is between the parents, the minor children, and the care providers, not the elected officials here in Concord. I want us to tread lightly when tying clinical decision-making, okay, and the clinical decision-making of our providers and our parents. I want us to tread lightly when making these types of decisions. We are tying the hands of our care providers and our parents and their minor children. We should tread lightly. We are not a medical setting body. We have the Board of Medicine to do that for us. So I'm asking us to consider these precedents that we're setting when basically making medical and clinical decisions from here. Let's do what we've already talked about, which is preserve and respect the rights of parents when it comes to the decisions for their minor children, including medical decisions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is still on further reading. Senator Berzel wishes to speak.
President, I agree. I think we need to really tread very lightly. When we were in Health and Human Services, we had an individual come in. She had transitioned to, she started to transition to a male and realized that she was she had made a mistake. So she had detransitioned, but she had already had surgery. And in the process, after she had reconstructive surgery, she had a baby. And the impacts of her with her baby, she couldn't breastfeed, she couldn't feel that baby. There are some major issues that happen when these kids make these decisions or these parents make their decisions. So yes, we have to tread lightly. And we have to look at the impacts down the road of these kids. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 712. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will now call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller. Senator Abbas.
Yes. The motion passes by a vote of 16 to 7. The bill is ordered to third reading.
I'd like to thank Senator Abbas for taking over for a few. I'd also like to announce we have some Klondike ice cream bars in the ante room if you would like to have some ice cream. Okay, we've finished this. Yeah, take all the time you need. You're all set? Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 143, an act relative to issuance of no trespass orders on municipal or school district property. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 143 ought to pass. HB 143 provides clarity surrounding no trespass orders relative to public, municipal, or school district property. The bill maintains that any no trespass order in writing, dated, and detailed with specifics surrounding the property in question and the individual's conduct. Individuals subject to no trespass orders may request an appeal, which shall be scheduled for hearing within 20 calendar days of the request being received. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in supporting of the motion of ought to pass. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The bill is now on second reading. Are there any floor amendments to come forward? I recognize Senator Abbas for floor amendment 2608.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2608S. What this floor amendment does, what was passed by the other chamber, amended the original bill as filed to include state property when it came to the procedure for issuing no trespass orders. Well, we're changing, this amendment would revert it back to what was originally filed, where it would apply only to municipal buildings and school buildings and school property. So this narrows the scope of the bill as originally filed. So please join me in adopting floor amendment 2608S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We have before us floor amendment 2608. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2608. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Fenton for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2581S, and I'd like to speak to my amendment. Thank you, Madam President. I don't know about you guys, but I've eaten a lot today, a lot of good food as well. And I ask for your support on this amendment reflecting legislation that we have unanimously passed this year addressing one of the most pressing challenges facing our schools and families, and that's the ability to provide nutritious meals to students who need them most. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor amendment 2581 has been offered. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2581. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a floor, okay, all right, okay. I recognize Senator Long for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2025-2509.
Okay, it's not what we have.
I'm sorry?
583.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, to 143. Okay,
Oh.
This is the new one. Yeah. It's the same, I think it just changed a little bit.
Okay. I'm sorry, I rise to offer amendment 2025-2583S. Senate Bill 23 is the Senate position. We voted unanimously on Senate Bill 23, which expand the crime of endangering the welfare of a child. And also it adds language that addresses the other side of the wall's concerns. Hopefully that'll address their concerns. And it also changes language that's consistent with like-minded statutes. And I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Long. Floor Amendment 2583 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Did you ask for a roll call? Okay. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2583. A roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Quokka, seconded by Senator Altshuler. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
Senator.
Yes. Yes.
I think one of our colleagues voted incorrectly and asked for a reconsideration vote, please.
Okay. Okay, reconsideration on Floor Amendment 2583. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Okay. We'll give the clerk a few minutes to write up the paperwork and we'll do it again. That's okay. There's so many. That's all right. Yep. Okay. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort. Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The floor amendment is adopted by a vote of 23-0. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring forward Amendment 2510S and speak to my amendment.
You may.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Senate Bill 263 that passed through the Senate, and it criminalizes and creates a private right of action for the facilitation, encouragement, offer, solicitation, or recommendation of certain acts or actions through a responsive, generative communication to a child. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Floor Amendment 2510 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2510. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Oh, that's right. Okay. Seeing none. The question, Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to comment on the underlying bill, SB 143. As I stated before when we heard this bill, that one-size-fits-all does not seem to fit, particularly for cities in this situation. And I don't need to reiterate the issues that our city has, particularly in our libraries and sometimes our pools, with inappropriate behavior, and that no trespass orders are only done in egregious situations. But we do want to make sure that members of municipalities and school districts are allowed to still issue verbal orders to leave the premises as a written no trespass letter. It does not always work. And for the city of Concord, too, with a city manager in place, it seems that there could be changes made to this that would allow the hearing to be held with the town manager, city manager, rather than the governing body that meets once a month. And trying to bring a quorum together of 15 people within 20 days would be hard to do in this case. So the hearing with a city manager or town manager also respects the privacy of a person who's received a no trespass order, particularly when that person suffers from mental health or a substance abuse disorder. And lastly, no trespass orders typically are effective for a maximum of 12 months. 90 days is not necessarily sufficient time frame to address improper conduct. So I would urge my colleagues to not support the underlying bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 143. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Giving you that. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 188 FN, an act relative to contempt of the General Court. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 506 FN, an act relative to background checks during motions to return firearms and ammunition. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I move that House Bill 506 FN ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 506 provides an expedited procedure for the return of firearms and ammunition to individuals upon the expiration or termination of a court order. Upon the court petition to return an individual's firearms, the Department of Safety would have 10 days to conduct a NICS background check review and provide conclusive direction to the court. I respectfully ask that you support the pending motion of the committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Are you in favor of, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion of floor amendment? I recognize Senator Altshuler for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2025-2650S. Last summer, on August 22nd of 2024, the Attorney General released their final report regarding the November 17th, 2023 officer-involved shooting at Concord Hospital. It reported that the shooter, who was committed to inpatient mental health treatment, was facing felony charges, and the court determined he was incompetent to stand trial. But the state of New Hampshire believes he and others like him are competent to purchase firearms. It doesn't make sense. This amendment has one intention, narrowly tailored to close this one gap in our current law, something 47 states have already done. This language was carefully written with input and review from the Attorney General's office to make sure it complies with applicable state and federal laws. Stakeholders from across New Hampshire came together to carefully craft this language. New Hampshire hospital staff, NAMI New Hampshire, and the New Hampshire Disability Rights Center, and the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society. This amendment authorizes the New Hampshire Judicial Branch to be the single reporting entity to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System. It authorizes the court to report only people whose cases have been adjudicated by the courts under 3 separate circumstances. Cases involving involuntary mental health commitment, cases where a person accused of a crime has been found not competent to stand trial, and the court has found that their illness could make them a danger to themselves or others, and when a person on trial has been found not guilty by reason of insanity. And this bill is a process to restore a person's firearm rights. This relief from disability provision gives a person prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under statute the right to a hearing and the right to legal representation within 60 days after a petition for relief has been filed. This legislative session, this body has seen fit to make quite a few incremental changes to our laws in the name of violence prevention and public safety. Let's apply that same energy here. The safety gap in our laws, being the non-reporting to NICS, may have already cost the life of a man whose life was devoted to public safety. And I ask you, my colleagues, with deep respect for our constituents and in good faith, with the strongest possible urging to please support Amendment 2650. There's been a lot of talk about public safety in this chamber this year. Now let's put some real effort into meaningful policy to make sure that people who have already demonstrated they are a danger to themselves and others around them don't have access to firearms. Thank you, Madam President. I request a roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2650 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Altschiller has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Second by Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochford.
No.
Rochford. No. It's a no. Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator McHugh?
No.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Reardon?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Sullivan?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator Long?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No. Okay. The noes have it by a vote of 7 to 16. The floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. I recognize Senator Gannon to present floor amendment 2685.
Thank you, Madam President. I am presenting 2685. It's yet another undertaking intended at improving the safety of our residents and our roadways alike. 2685 invalidates classes of licenses issued exclusively to undocumented immigrants in other states or licenses substantially similar to the standard with distinctions marked. Similar policies have been implemented first in Florida. In the last few months, 2 other states have implemented the same type policies. There has been no cause of harm in Florida regarding interstate compacts, information relative to public safety, nor have they harmed the tourism industry in this large state or the other 2 that have recently done it. I remind you that we have millions of unvetted aliens in our country, one who was in Nashua who had been twice deported, and he murdered a young woman in Nashua. He was recently convicted last fall of the stabbing, and again, after being twice deported, it was 3 strikes, and then the poor woman was out. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2685 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Reardon?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to oppose Amendment 2685 that seeks to reclassify a legally issued license as invalid within the borders of the state of New Hampshire. That's in conflict with the interstate compact with our New England counterparts and many other states up and down the East Coast who agree to recognize the licenses of other states, and not only that, aid in the enforcement of the law, and other states are expected to do the same for us. If we begin this practice and another state took offense, would they retaliate? Would they stop helping us collect overdue tolls or not renewing registration until fines are covered? There's also the matter of information being shared among states. Suspended licenses, expired registrations and licenses, driving history. We benefit from the compact in gaining all of this information, and if we adopt this policy, there is no guarantee that other states won't retaliate and will be the worse off for it. I encourage my colleagues to vote against the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment 2685? Senator Gannon wishes to speak.
Very briefly for the second time, I'm sorry, Madam. We did have the Department of Transportation come talk to us, and they said this was not going to be a problem with the interstate compact. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2685. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment, and I recognize Senator Abbas for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2591S. This is a bill that is it's a bill that we passed on the consent calendar. We passed it on consent on the committee. It was Senate Bill 209. And what this does, when there's building aid, school building aid money that's being paid out, it's asking that when considering the application that the owner's project manager be retained prior to that application being submitted, because that is the person that provides the best estimation for the cost of the project. It really safeguards the building aid money that is being dispersed to the schools that are providing renovations throughout the state. So please join me in adopting Amendment 2591S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2591 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2591. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 506. Roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi. Yes. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 7, and the motion is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 528FN, an act amending the penalties for possession and use of psilocybin for persons 18 years of age and older. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Okay, we're getting there. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 612FN, an act enabling the Division of Motor Vehicles to create a temporary traditional driver's license for youth operators about to turn 21. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Fenton for the committee.
President, I move HB 612FN ought to pass. This bill would enable the Division of Motor Vehicles to create a temporary traditional driver's license for youth operators who are about to turn 21. This would modernize the license renewal process for youth operators while enhancing the operational efficiency of the Division of Motor Vehicles. A temporary license would serve as a receipt and could be presented alongside an expired license to prove validity. Additionally, it would serve as an incentive for youth operators to renew their license promptly, mitigating the risk of driving with an expired license. The House unanimously passed HB 612, and I ask you to join the Senate Transportation and the House in this motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Rosenwald for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2573S, and I'd like to speak to it. Thank you. This floor amendment is the text of Senate Bill 169, passed by the Senate on the consent calendar. It simply asks that employers notify an employee that is getting workers' compensation benefits that worker receive information on what their cost-sharing obligation will be. As you may recall, there are times when an employee is unexpectedly hit with a bill for tens of thousands of dollars they had not planned for. There's no fiscal impact to this bill. The bill was tabled by the other chamber, so I ask we attach the language here and maintain the Senate position. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2573 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2573. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Birdsell is recognized for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to present amendment number 2025-2572S and like to speak to it.
Yes, you may.
This was Senate Bill 198 that passed through the body, and it makes the third week in September New Hampshire Service Dog Week, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Floor Amendment 2572 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2572. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 712. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. That was at the end of the calendar. Don't we have to do? Okay, sorry. Without objection, Senator Birdsall moves the following bills be removed from the table. An election law and municipal affairs, House Bill 107 and House Bill 613. In judiciary, House Bill 468 and House Bill 776. Yep, so
They're off the table, so we're going to do the first one. The first one, the pending motion is the committee amendment, so I've got to give you this script.
Okay.
There. So you're going to start, unless you want me to read.
No.
So start right here.
Okay. Oh, read it in. Just read it in to make sure. Okay, all right. It's okay, take your time.
No.
Just go ahead and read it in.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 107, an act relative to political advertising printed in newspapers, periodicals, and billboards. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that the pending motion right now is ought to pass as amended. We've already taken care of the committee amendment, I think. We have not, then I move the committee amendment 616S. What the committee amendment does, when the bill originally came to us, it said that we were going to remove one of the banners at the top of political advertising. Because of AI and other things, I did not think that that was the proper method to do this. That it all stemmed from a particular media outlet that was not following the law, and I said, well, then why don't we go in and change the penalties if it was not something that they were doing because they didn't know. We could reduce that penalty down, which is what the amendment does. So I would hope that everyone will support the amendment. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. This bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 107. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep, just read them in. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 613, an act relative to enabling local political subdivisions to vote and set a reduced default budget option. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to replace all floor amendment 2025-2580S. This bill is a result of our passing another bill which talks about the accessible voting machines and using those in local elections in addition to the state elections. Some of the communities up north said that it would cause a problem from them because they were in multiple school districts, one for their elementary school, sometimes one for their middle school, and maybe even another one for their high school, and then the municipal ballot itself, which meant that they would have to pay for the programming of that machine 4 times to be able to run the election. And so this bill, what it does is it allows them to seek a waiver and notify the Secretary of State that they are doing that, especially if they have, they would have to have no registered voter who requested using those machines at that time. And I would ask the committee to support the replace all amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2580 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to Amendment 2580. This replace all amendment to House Bill 613 will impact the language in House Bill 67. House Bill 67 has written allows for the pilot agreement for the use of accessible voter systems for local elections to become a permanent agreement between the Secretary of State and municipalities, under which the Secretary of State will pay for the accessible voter system and the municipalities paying for the programming costs pertaining to local elections. As written, House Bill 67 will assure that municipalities be in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. This proposal to replace all in this amendment amends RSA 659:20-B, allowing town and city clerks to post that an accessible voting system will not be available at local elections because the clerk believes that there will be no voters who use it. Based on what metrics, we don't know, just an amorphous belief. Additionally, the amendment will require a person in need of the accessible voting system to affirmatively make that request within at least 60 days of the local election. The subjective language in this amendment is very concerning. It puts municipalities that opt out in non-compliance with the Americans with Disability Act. Lawsuits will absolutely follow. Voter suppression through inaccessibility, especially should a voter who requires the use of AVS attempt to vote at the local election and one is not available. Every American, every granted stater has a constitutional right to vote, the access to ballot box, a right to vote privately, and we have a constitutional obligation to provide access to exercise that right. This amendment sets the stage for avoidable tragedy. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Long. We're currently discussing Floor Amendment 2580. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2580. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. If the ayes have it, the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 613. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep.
To which was referred House Bill 468 FN, an act establishing the crime and penalties for unlawful and use of unmanned aircraft systems. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 468 establishes the crime and penalties for unlawful use of unmanned aircraft systems. The Judiciary Committee asks for your support.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading, and I recognize Senator Birdsall for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 2025-2484S and would like to speak to the amendment.
You may.
Thank you. This amendment is what Senate Bill 41 was going over to the House. They retained it. It basically is, it further enhances the penalties for driving a vehicle in excess of 100 miles per hour. As we know, our roads have gotten a lot more dangerous with accidents of 100 miles per hour or more. So this is, was a request of the Department of Safety. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment 2484 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2484. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 468. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep. And we have a floor amendment for this one.
We do.
Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 776FN, an act relative to crime of aggravated driving while intoxicated. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Can I have a 1-minute recess? Just one. Relative to the crime of aggravated driving while intoxicated, we ask that on 2485, we ask for not to pass. Whatever.
Gannon. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Fenton to propose a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 2025-2485S. I'd like to speak to it.
You may speak.
I just need 20 minutes to wrap this up. I'm just kidding, you know, I'll play dead. I rise to ask my colleagues to once again support this effort to proclaim the Virginia opossum the state marsupial of New Hampshire. And I think we've all had a lot of fun with this bill. I want to thank the staff and my colleagues. I think it's our official animal now, but hopefully now will be the official state marsupial of New Hampshire, and all future opossums found in New Hampshire will now be referred to as New Hampshire opossums. So thank you very much.
Floor Amendment 2485 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2485. Senator Perkins-Polka?
I just want to rise to thank Senator Fenton. I'm so glad you didn't roll over and play dead on this bill.
Okay. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2485. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 776. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. Oh, we just have that last one. Yeah, let me go.
Script. You can use my script. But
Okay.
So this was the last amendment on that. We adopted 3 amendments.
Okay, yep, okay. Okay, we have to take up the bill that we special ordered to the end of the calendar. That bill was House Bill 560 out of Children and Family Law. Senator Perkins Quokka was trying to introduce a floor amendment, and Senator Perkins Quokka, please introduce your floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2570. If I could speak to my motion.
You may.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to introduce this small technical fix, which I think is aligned with all of our interests on this, just to make sure that we are including some language that you all included in HB 10 earlier today. And I want to thank my colleague from District 22 for all the discussion we have had on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor Amendment 2570 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Abbas?
Madam President, just to provide some clarification, I am rising in support of adopting Floor Amendment 2570S. I get a feeling we'll have to be discussing this in further detail at some committee of conference, but with that being said, I'm asking we adopt this. We just adopted similar language in the Parental Bill of Rights, so let's try to keep this, keep it consistent. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Floor Amendment 2570 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2570. All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 560. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
It's the only time you guys want to hear me. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. Unanimous consent? Just briefly, colleagues, thank you for the opportunity at the beginning of our session day to light a candle in memory of former State Senator Dave Bradley of Hanover, New Hampshire. Senator Bradley passed away earlier in the month of May. He was a retired naval officer, an attorney, and served as an admissions official at Dartmouth College. He had a deep commitment to public service, which he demonstrated early on in his life and in his career, but continued with that commitment to public service by serving one term in the New Hampshire House, and then he served from 70 to 72, and then in the state Senate from 72 to 1980. Somebody that I actually got to meet, former Senator Bradley and his wife Ann, as they have been residents of Kendall at Hanover. I know that Ann is still a resident at Kendall, and I got an opportunity to speak to her just a few months ago, and she had let me know that Senator Bradley had been in ill health. So let's keep Ann and the Bradley family in our thoughts, and forever be grateful for Senator Dave Bradley's service to the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Senator Carson. Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. I recognize Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a little personal privilege and an announcement of sorts. My family flew in from Georgia today. My daughter gets married on Saturday, so the third one is married off. And with your permission, Madam President, I would like to go greet my family.
Please go.
All right, thank you.
Enjoy your time with your family, Senator. I recognize Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I also have a point of personal privilege. I would like to announce that our 2 pages that were here a month or so ago, Seamus Sullivan and Wolf Hieronymus, graduated from Holy Family Academy on Friday night with the other 12 members. They had a whole graduating class of 14 people. It was a wonderful event. I just want to say congratulations to those graduates and all of the graduates across the state. Thank you.
Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Gannon.
As a good father, I have to embarrass my daughter. Carrie's up in the balcony, my #1 door knocker, and she's working with the governor in the governor's office for the summer on her break from Trinity. Hi, Carrie. Don't be embarrassed.
Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate?
Give our clerk a hand.
Yes. Are there any other announcements to come forward? I'd like just to take a few moments just to thank all of you for all your help and your hard work getting us to this point here this evening. We had a lot of work ahead of us in January. The bills came out late. You all rose to the occasion, worked hard, and got the work done. And I just want to thank all of you. You've made it a lot easier for me. And I really, really appreciate everything that you all have done. So thank you all. That's okay. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.